And when we try to aggregate all of these leaks by leaker ISN and time period, then sort out all the small leaks by the number of prefixes, affected region, accepted region, and so on, we can still name a dozen of big global leaks that happen during this year, and you can even hear about them because they sometimes hit the newspaper headlines. Okay, but what about affected ISPs? This slide says that nearly every prefix was affected by a small leak. And it is understandable because let's consider you are a multi-home ISP and you leaked a full table from one your provider to another. All these full table of prefixes can be considered as a route leak. So it's not so interesting. Okay, if we filter out all the small leaks by the accepted region? So we will consider only the leaks that spread it out. Even after doing such filtration, we can still have a significant amount of ISPs and prefixes that can still be considered as affected party. Okay, if you think that only the small ISPs fail, not. And this is an example from the start of the August, and this is a classical situation when one tier 1 ISP traffic from one tier 1 ISP was rerouted to another tier 1 ISP. And this case lasted for several hours. And if leaker ISP was a small network, the amount of traffic will be such big that it could cause a denial of services. And we see this type of situation in other years. But luckily enough, in this situation presented on the slide, ISP was big enough to keep with all the traffic, rerouted traffic. Okay, but how you can measure effects of the route leaks? If you have different data monitoring tools, you can try to make a correlation between effects on the data and ongoing BGP incidents. On the left part of the slide, you can see how a spike in a traffic volume is happened when route leak happened. On the right, you can see that if you try to visualize a traceback during the incident and after the incident, tracebacks will be different enough, and it can include different countries and so on. Also, of course, there is a Pinker tool, and with help of this tool, you can see the increased RTT during the incident, and also you can monitor the number of dropped packets during this incident. Of course, what to do if you don't want to be affected by a route leak? First of all, try to understand, is your data affected indeed by a BGP incident? Then try to find guilty parties. Then with the help of WHOIS services or in any other services, try to receive an email contact of these parties. Then write a complaint to them and then wait for answer. Of course, this method usually works, but you'll understand that it took a lot of time before the problem will be finally solved. But there are tweaks. First tweak is to abuse BGP route loop prevention mechanism and to re-announce your leaked prefix with crafted IS path and to include leaker ISN between your ISNs. What does it do? First of all, you will pass a neighbor check, then you pass origin ISN check, and lastly, this route will not be received by a leaker because of BGP route loop prevention mechanism, and so your re-announced prefix will not be leaked anymore. And also there is a practical solution if you are big services. First of all, you try to understand what is your region of interest. Then you need to find the most significant ISPs of this region and make a direct connection with them. Okay, you are leaked. What to do? Announce your subprefixes directly to these ISPs. Of course, it doesn't solve the whole problem, but a big amount of your traffic will be returned to you, and so you will not suffer as much as it could be. Okay, so why do we love route leaks? First of all, these type of incidents give us and dozens of another companies job and data to analyze. Then we have so much fun to configure all our routers and try to understand what was going wrong and how we need to fix it as soon as possible. Then, of course, we can write a monitoring tools to monitor this type of incidents. Also, we can try to create and apply different policies, what to do if the route leak happens. And lastly, of course, it provides us with the data for cool pictures for different network meetings. And now I will give a word to Alexander.
Nevertheless, we decided that we can do better. The truth about route leaks is that 99% of them are a result of mistakes. It's human mistakes. And the best way how we can read of the route leaks is read of humans, or at least make the configuration this way simple that even humans will be capable of configuring it properly. In the old world of route leaks, route leak detection was relying on communities. They were set on the ingress and were checked on the egress. So rather simple. But the problem was that this solution was always one mistake from failure. If your customer forgets to create an ingress filter or forget to create egress filter, the route leak happens. He may forget to do both, but route leak happens. So to fix this problem of configuration, we decided to add a new configuration parameter, and it is called BGP row. And the goal of this configuration parameter is to automate both leak prevention, leak detection, and also to give you a chance to control your neighbor configuration. So BGP row, what is it? It is your peering relation with your neighbor. You don't have many peering relations. It's a provider, customer, peer, route server, and route server client. That's mostly all. You can mark with this easily all your neighbors. And in code, this configuration parameter is translated into BGP capability code. And this code is negotiated during the BGP session establishment process. So in open messages, there is a check that provider, customer, okay. Provider peer, someone misclicks, and the BGP session won't come up. Now let's get back to the route leaks. As Eugene said, route leaks are very simple. They happen when a prefix received from one provider or peer is advertised to another provider or peer. And in other words, we can transform it in the next rule. Once prefix is advertised to a customer, it should go only downstream to customer to customer, from customer to indirect customer, and so on, so on, so on. And to guarantee that this rule is not violated, we added a new attribute, a new BGP attribute, which is called only to customer. How it works? When provider is sending prefix to its customer, it sets the OTC attribute with value of its own autonomous system. The customer, if this attribute is not set, also adds this attribute with value of its neighbor autonomous system. Please be careful. So it doesn't matter who is setting the attribute. The value is the same. The OTC attribute is not changed during its lifetime. So it is first pair of customer and provider. And at the other side, on the right side, so when we're checking, so the customer first checks that if OTC is set, it must not send its prefixes to other providers and peers. And so does the provider appears on other side. So it's a double set, double checked. And if this time customer fails to configure one part of its filters, nothing happens because provider will be able to instantly detect route leak. There are some formal slides about how OTC works. I will skip them because of the limited time, but you can check them after check the RFC document. It's not hard, but there is one very important point. You may not check it because you don't mess with OTC. OTC is set automatically upon setting the roles. You are setting the roles. OTC works in code. You may take a look how it works, but you don't need to configure it. So this is the slide describes how OTC is set. This slide describes how OTC is checked. And now we can talk about what we do with route leaks. The document is quite precise about what to do if you detect a route leak. You just need to reject the route. All other techniques are flawed, so don't please try to allow the local preference you are still will be abused with it. And now the cartoons. So on this slide, you can see how hard it is to configure BGP roles on some open source software. So the yellow part is what you need to configure BGP roles, and OTC will do all the work for you. I hope it's not that hard. And on the bottom, you can see what happens if the roles are configured with mistakes. When a corresponding role doesn't match, so the BGP session won't come up. And what is happening is behind the scenes. So there is an OTC attribute emerging in the route, but you are not configuring it. It's done in the code. It's done for you. It's simple. So together, BGP roles and OTC give you a chance to control your neighbor configuration. It's double checked on egress, double set on ingress. It's an attribute compared to community. It's highly unlikely to be stripped. And one of the most important points, it gives a chance to detect route leaks in even several hops away. It's a transit attribute. It's a transit signal that go from first pair of customer to providers downstream, and will even if it is indirect customer, you will be able to detect a problem. So vendor support. At the moment, I'm aware of that patches were applied to the 3 major open source implementations. What can I say? We are not at the end. Maybe we are at the end of the beginning. And to get rid of route leaks, if we don't really love them, we need this community to show desire to get rid of this kind of routing incidents, such that a similar desire that this community showed to get rid of hijacks with ROAs. So if you are using open source tools, you can already try it, set up roles. There is nothing that prevents you from doing it. You are using some vendor software, great. Send a request for your favorite vendor, ask them that you want these RFC in your future release. And if you're a developer, even greater. There is a lot of great field of improvements. You can contribute to other BGP implementations. You can contribute to BMP parsers, to the TCP dump implementation, BGP dump, a lot of things. And I will be very happy if at the next RIPE meeting, not me, but you will be standing here and sharing your experience about using BGP roles in your production and how it saved your infrastructure from the route leaks. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much for this presentation and working on this RFC. Are there questions from the audience on this topic or suggestions?
Jeff Houston. One of the more annoying route leaks is when I get an aggregate from my upstream provider. I deaggregate internally, and the deaggregations leak. They're not marked with anything, are they? No.
So, as far as I understand, the question is about famous work of BGP optimizers. That are wonderful tools that give you a way to deaggregate your prefix when you are receiving an aggregate. I'm not sure how they work, if they copy all the attributes. If they don't, unfortunately, we need to wait for another document to arrive from the IETF. It's called ASPA, and it should fill this gap too. But still, from my experience, is the majority of the route leaks not origin from this source.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think what the BGP optimizers do is more a hijack than a leak, because they are fabricating paths. But yeah, routing security is a multi-year journey, and we're not finished yet. Any other comments, questions?
Rüdiger Volk, kind of the most pressing question that comes to my mind on this is, why the hell did it take that many years from introducing the draft to actually getting it done? But well, okay, I don't think it's your fault.
You know, I do agree, it's our fault. Our as a community, because we can rely on some people to push new technology, but without their joint effort. So I was telling that routing security is a joint success or joint failure. And so if you're not happy about some technology is moving slower than you want, help with that.
Thank you so much, Alexander.
Thank you.
Next up is Max Stucchi. Am I pronouncing that right? Not even close, right? All right.
It's okay.
Who will share with us some considerations on the topic of IRR, Internet Routing Registry, a plain text phenomena from the early 90s. Max, take it away.
Thank you, Job. I'll start this train with the 3 Italian speakers. And we'll see how Job will butcher the next names as well. So good morning, everyone. I'm Max. I work at the Internet Society. And one of the projects at the Internet Society is Manners. We work with different participants in Manners to improve routing security. As part of that, we look at RPKI data, but we look also at IRR data. And together with some colleagues, we started looking deeper into IRR data to ask the question, do we still need that? Do we still need to trust that data? So here's the, yes, next, there we go. There are about 30 IRRs. There are about 30 databases with different levels of trust, different degrees, with different ways of feeding data. And so if we start looking at all these, there are the better known ones. There's RADB, there's NTTcom, there are the regional registry databases. To build filters, we take data from pretty much all of them. And tools leverage this. Tools leverage RADB, tools leverage the, there's BGPQ4 who by default queries the NTTcom IRR, which by the way, Job doesn't do IPv6. And we recently figured out. But we use these tools. We generate prefix lists with data that comes from sources that sometimes, well, we should ask, can we trust that? Can we trust them? And I see Rudiger shaking. No, we'll get to that in a moment. Sometimes the checks that are applied are very light, you know, and you get data on there that you would not really want to trust. So here's a personal example. I have my own ASN, I have my own prefixes. I went to a very well-known cloud provider and they created entries for me in RADB. I left them there. That's the one in the lower right. The real BGP announcement is the one on the top left, but I find that there is that entry for a /32 in RADB, and it comes out when you run BGPQ4. If you build a prefix list for my AS set or my ASN, you also get that entry, which crippled in. Fine, it's okay. I'm leaving it there as an example to all the time to show how somebody could create entries for you in some other database. And this is how data becomes untrustable over time. So together with Aftab Siddiqui and Amrish Pokera, two colleagues, we decided to compare what's in the RIRs and what's in the in RADB principally, AltDB and then NTTcom as databases to see how the data compares between the different databases. So we checked if there are the same objects, if the origins match, if they don't match, and we started looking into that. So we have preliminary data. So there are three statuses. One is where the same object appears in the RIR and in RADB, and they carry the same origin ASN. One where the two origin ASNs differ, and another state where the data is only in the RIR, which is what you would like to have as final solution. Because if we start looking at, this is the total aggregate data in the world, there's a high number of objects. The green one, the green part of the chart is the ones who are only in the RIR. The yellow one is the matching part. And you would say, okay, if I have an object in my RIR who has an origin ASN and I have the same object in RADB or AltDB or some other database that has the same origin, where is the problem? Well, it's not a problem in the immediate, but when you want to change something, you would have to change it in multiple databases. And what if you forget to do it and data differs in the different databases? Actually, it happened recently when I was helping an exchange figure out one exchange that we helped during the normal work at ISOC. We were trying to debug why some routes would be filtered by the route server, and we figured out that there was an entry in RADB that no one had seen before for the same prefix. And that would be filtered out because it was from a different origin ASN, because things had changed related to the prefix. So this is the aggregate, and the data is bloated by some some strange data we found in the RN database. So let's look at the situation in the RIPE database. And it's better, but still there's as you can see, there's more than a quarter of the prefixes that are either not matching between the RIPE database, the RIPE IRR and RADB. And there's a good percentage that are still matching and probably would need to be fixed. IPv6 is better because it doesn't have much of the historical issues that IPv4 has. Then we started looking at the non-authoritative part of the RIPE database, because we were investigating some issues in some prefixes in Africa, and we discovered that many, in some countries, pretty much 80–90% of the prefixes are actually registered in the RIPE non-auth database. And that's actually delayed all of our work by a couple of days because we thought our tooling was broken, because we couldn't see anything right in these certain countries that we were using as test. So as you can see, we do have still a good percentage of both matching and non-matching prefixes in the RIPE database in non-auth. But these should all be gone by now. We should be deleting them. And then here's the comparison with AltDB. And AltDB, we decided to just not look that much into it because it doesn't have an interesting number of prefixes, at least for the RIPE region. But then we went a little bit further and considered this is just preliminary data, because we still need more time to look into what we have. But then we went a bit further and we took the non-matching part of the prefixes of the data that we found in the RIPE database, and we tried to check it against what's actually in the routing table, and that still carries a quite large number of, quite large number of prefixes that match what's in RADB rather than what's in the RIR. So still data differs, and you still have some places where you should be trusting RADB for what's in the routing table rather than the RIR. And it's also true for IPv6 in a large number. So this is very preliminary data, but what are the next steps? We want to further analyze that. We actually have a tool to do per ASN, so we can give you, if you would like, after the talk, if you come and see me or send us an email, we're able to give you your ASN, like all the data related to your specific ASN. We can go per country. We can do, we will do a comparison with RPKI as well to put it together with what actually you find in the routing table, and maybe in the future analyze by AS sets, because then we can check the customer cone of a given ASN. But then what are the recommendations that come from this? Sorry, let me go back one. The recommendation is it's better to rely on RIR data because that should be the source of all the data you want. You encourage the use of RPKI because in RPKI then we don't have external databases to look at. And then we have a situation that's getting better, but legacy space holders should be allowed to use RIR services in RPKI. This is changing in some regions. So if we look ahead, it's going to be better. But then data is available to everyone. There's a link. We don't have a host name or a domain yet, but it will come soon. And you can get data that's generated every 15 days, the 1st and the 15th of the month. It's all in JSON. We have an explainer of the data. There's a summary in that, summary of all the numbers we get in the same directory. And then out of that, we hope we can provide more data in the future to you so you can understand how you can fix your entries. But also, if you are willing to check some of this data, let us know, and we can provide everything to you. And this was really short, but if there are any questions, I'd be more than happy.
You first.
Rob Lister from NLnet. AS sets are kind of still important, even now that we have RPKI, because we need a way to describe a bunch of ASs for root server filtering their still quite important. The other comment I would make is, and also the previous presentation is kind of, let's do a thing, let's I think this only comes about because if you really want people to adopt it and to say, okay, well, let's get rid of the RDB or whatever, it's because we're kind of forced to. Okay, so if somebody joins my IXP, I kind of expect them to have these things, and I'm looking for this stuff in the IRDB. Otherwise, they're going to say, well, this service doesn't work. Why doesn't it work? Because you haven't got the right stuff in the IRDB, and therefore we're filtering out. So I think unless it has actual consequences for, oh, we need to do something here because it ain't going to work. And fortunately or unfortunately, whatever you think, and this is often driven by the kind of bigger players in the room saying, okay, well, the bigger players are not going to put up with this anymore. Either you have this or we're not going to peer. And so, oh, right, we better actually do something. So how many years did it take us to get working communities? And that was only brought about was because we were saying to vendors, this doesn't do what we want. We're not going to buy your kit unless it supports RFC, so they all went out and did it in 2017. So it's a hard job. Yes, it's full of nonsense, but better than nothing, I suppose. And that's the answer I get is, I know it's nonsense, but do it because it's better than nothing. But I think unless it actually has some consequences for people, it's really hard to kind of change things for the better. But a lot of people will say, well, we're not going to peer with you unless you're doing RPKI, and I think that's the only way we're going to nudge people in the right directions.
There was a similar discussion yesterday we had a manners community meeting, and the idea was to try to set guidelines that would be in 5 years, to start working on them now so that in 5 years we get something meaningful. So I guess it will take time, but if we never start, we'll never get there.
Yeah, the other thing I sort of dislike about the IRDB is I think we do have a handful of networks that just seem to put the entire world into the IRDB. So you're actually only advertising 2,000 prefixes, but there's 250,000 prefixes listed in the IRDB. Which ones are you going to have? So my root server has to do a huge filter list for 250,000 prefixes, and they go, oh no, we're only going to advertise this tiny amount. There's not that granularity there that we would like to say, well, actually, which ones are you going to announce at this exchange? And some of them they just don't care. They say, well, we're just going to shove the whole lot in there. You might as well just put the whole internet in there. So it really falls down at that point, even if you do have RPKI. There's not, in some networks, they just seem to put the whole world and every customer they just shove everything in there. They don't actually announce it. So this comparison of what's actually being announced and not announced is something to look at. Do they want to fix it? No.
Well, but some people put data in there to be prepared for maybe deaggregation or something else. So yeah.
I'm closing the microphone queue because we might run out of time. Before we go to Stavros, I want to contribute as an individual one remark. Can you go back to slide 6? So this is a really cool example of where RPKI-based filtering applied to the IR is helpful. Because in the upper left, that's your original, you created this, but the lower right object is not visible through rr.ntt.net because the NTT IRR server that mirrors all databases does RPKI-based filtering, and the object in the lower right violates the max length attribute that Max set. So it is possible to hamper the propagation of strange route objects in this ecosystem if everybody would upgrade to IRD version 4. So thank you for making this example. It's a cool one. Stavros.
Yes, Stavros from Amsix. Max, very good job, very good results. Thank you very much. 2 comments / requests for you. The first one, you said you're going to extend a little bit your research. You have some preliminary data. You're going to go further. Can you please also extend in and make a check to see how many split data do we have? For example, we've seen cases where the org ID is registered in ARIN, but the policy is somewhere hidden in ALDB or RDB, and then, yeah, I mean, God knows how and why and where I should go and trust. And then a second question or comment, do you see a future where we don't have those secondary databases where as LDB and stuff like that, and we have only some a hand of trustworthy databases where we can go and fetch data? Because for me, as a big I exchange point, I would like to know these are 5 reliable sources. I can go fetch the data of my customers and then build trustworthy filters, and not just dig around and
Basically, just described RPKI.
Yes, but it's not there yet.
No, but the person behind you was shaking his head while you were saying. So there's a hint of the answer there. So I don't know. As I said, what you described is RPKI, and then if we already have the tools we could move to make it more reliable and more trustable, I think. So I think we should put more emphasis there rather than, well, trying to fix what's been legacy for 20, 30 years now in the IRR.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Jeff Houston, I'm glad you're on slide 6 because that illustrates precisely my point.
Ooh.
That first object is your authority.
Yeah.
You're not speaking for AS 58280. You could put any number you want there and it's still valid, but you haven't got the agreement of AS 52280 to actually do it. So I can give permissions to any AS for my prefixes, and it means nothing until the originating AS is saying, this is the span of things I am prepared to announce, which is the second object. Because at the moment in this partial deployment world, if I see a bunch of prefixes coming from an AS, originating from an AS, the ones that aren't covered by ROAS, what am I meant to say? Is that real or is someone faking it? Now what Vulture is actually doing is saying what they're doing, the other part of the offer. You've offered, they've accepted. There is no RPKI object to describe that acceptance. And until you get that, write the draft, write the standard, do whatever you want, until you get that, if you want to do that external auditing of the complete set of announcements from an AS, you have to rely on the existing routing databases. Because without it, it's just an offer without any visible acceptance or not. So I would say it's totally premature to think, well, we don't need any of this anymore until you complete the underlying sort of offer of what the crypto is meant to say. And at the moment, RPKI is incomplete in that space. Thanks.
Thank you.
All right, Max, thank you so much.
Next up is Marco with a presentation about the current state of RPKI validators. Thanks.
I'm Marco Ditri. I am a network operator, but also my roots are in software development and in free software. I have been a Debian developer for 25 years at this point. Today, I will talk about their RPKI validator softwares and how they are packaged in the Debian ecosystem. There is quite a selection of available software, but not all of these packages are actually maintained. Let's have a look. There are also companionship packages. Some of these validators do not implement the RPKI to router protocol because it was not fit for how they were designed, or in the case of OpenBGPD, because they use a different interface between the routing daemon and the validator. In these cases, if you want to use them with routers that use RTR, you need an additional daemon which will speak this protocol to your routers. Of these, GoRTR was part of the OctoRPKI suite by Cloudflare. At this point, it looks like it has been abandoned, and there is a new fork called StayRTR, which is actively maintained. Job kindly provided some data about which validators are actually used by networks by looking at the logs of a web server serving ROAS. And here we see that 80% of the internet uses Routinator. Routinator is great software, but it's not good when so many networks depend on a single software. Next to that, RPKI client, and the rest are either unsupported, like the validator from RIPE-NCC, which was discontinued officially last year, and OctoRPKI, its future is not clear. Fort Validator, which is not actively supported at this time, but I'm happy to announce that the developers wrote me yesterday, and they say that funding and active development for Fort Validator will resume next year. And then there is RPKI Prover, which somebody uses, but I've never been able to find whom. And it's very niche software. Okay, somebody raised their hand, good. Let's have a look at these packages. Routinator is very widely used. It's a great software, well documented. The NLnet Labs is behind it, and they are actively working on it a lot. There are frequent releases, and they also offer support contracts. On the other hand, almost everybody is using it, and this in itself is a bad thing. And since it's written in Rust, it's impossible to package by Linux distributions. We will get to this later. RPKI client is part of the OpenBSD project. It's written in C. It's quite simple and essential, but they implement a lot of the more recent features of RPKI. It's developed by network operators. It uses the kind of security features that we are used to from OpenBSD software, like process separation with different privileges. On the other hand, it needs a standalone RTR daemon, but that's fine, we have a stay RTR. Not much to say about the validator from RIPE-NCC, except that everybody should stop using it right now, because it's not maintained anymore since last year, but even before that it was officially discontinued for some time, so please stop immediately. OctoRPKI was written by Cloudflare. It's not actively developed at this point, even if they released a new version last week, but in the last 1-2 years, they only fixed the security issues. It's very simple, it's good, apparently it works fine. I'm not sure if I can recommend it because of its current status. It needs an RTR daemon, and actually the developers developed the one which was Go RTR, now Stay RTR. It's written in Go. Fourth validator has been developed by Nick Mexico and Lacnic. It's developed in C. I think that it's a good middle ground between its complexity and the features available. It's well documented. It has not been developed actively since some time, but the developers were always ready to fix the security issues. Hopefully, it will really be developed again starting next year. RPKI Prover, it's very niche software, but I like having more options. This is good. It's written in Haskell, which is a very niche language. I'm sorry for the fans of functional languages here. And it has a very, very low adoption. I'm not sure if I should package it for Debian or not, since nobody appears to be using it. My suggestions are, please use 2 different implementations of validators. It's not hard. You have some choices, not so many at this point, but you have options. So please pick 2 of these. If a significant number of networks will start using 2 different implementations, we will get out of this monoculture situation that we are getting in very, very fast. My suggestion is that if you use packaged software from a Linux distribution, then it's not an operational burden to use multiple daemons, because they come packaged and working out of the box. Quick look at features. You can see that RPKI client implemented all the new things that are being developed right now. Most of them are still drafts. BGPsec is also implemented by Routinator, RSC by Prover. The others are currently in maintenance only mode. We will see next year what it will happen. Let's have a look at the status of this software in Debian. The great debate, as usual, should we use software from distributions packaged by the distribution, or compile it by hand, or use packages provided by the developers? My position, and I am working on Debian, so my opinion is not totally unbiased, is that everybody should use a distribution in production, because you get packages which are well integrated with the rest of the system. Every file is in the right place and not where the developers decided. It is my long-held belief that developers should write software, but packages are made by system administrators. These are 2 different jobs, and each one has their own strengths. And software developers rarely are good system administrators. When you use packaged software from distributions, then you get automatic security updates, because the distribution at least fix the security issues in their stable releases. On the other hand, if you get the package straight from developers or build your own, you're going to get much fresher software. But I'm working on that in Debian. Clearly, there is some issue without people are installing RPI software, because we know from the data provided by Job that over 70% of the networks are using software which is out of date and insecure. Have a look at your deployment practices, your patching practices, because these may suddenly become a problem. in my work for Debian, I have this goal of making it the perfect solution for network operators and to provide everything RPKI related. I worked a bit to create a good integration between these packages and the rest of the system. I have moved the tools to a standalone package, which can be upgraded in stable releases easily without the need to upgrade the single validator packages. And I also did some work to apply all the modern techniques of sandboxing which are provided by systemd. On the other hand, the RPKI software is still very fast moving, so there are frequent releases, or at least there used to be last year. But I also been working on providing backports from this unstable and testing Debian distribution to the stable releases. So right now you can get fresh software in Debian stable from backports. The other issues is that Routinator really cannot be packaged. This is an issue, it's not the fault of Routinator, but it's a problem common to large software packages written in Rust. Rust is a totally fine language. It has great adoption recently. The problem is that the Rust ecosystem of libraries is broken and toxic. There is this habit from Rust developers on depending on specific version of libraries, something which is common also in the Node.js ecosystem. And this is very bad for a distribution because we, as Debian developers, cannot ship the vendored libraries, all the dependencies in the software, in the source package of some software, because our security team will not allow that. This is a maintenance nightmare when there are security issues. They cannot go hunting all copies of a library all over the distribution. So this is strongly discouraged and cannot really be done for all the dependencies of some package. On the other hand, it's not really practical, and also the software, the security team does not like this either, to have many multiple releases of some library in the distribution. The problem is different Rust packages depend on different versions of some library, because the APIs are not stable and change all the time often for some very core packages of Rust. And so at this point, it's practically impossible to package a complex Rust software. I'm talking about Debian, but Ubuntu has the same problem. And my understanding is that Fedora and Red Hat also have this problem. But you can get an up-to-date and good package of Routinator straight from the developers. So you should use that instead of building your own package. This is the current state of the RPKI-related packages in Debian. As you can see, all of them are packaged for Debian stable. There are backports. There will soon be a backport of stay_rtr as soon as they do a new release. And I have also taken over maintenance of OpenBGPD from a job. I will make a backport to stable of that as well. Ubuntu, the last long-term stable release of this earlier this year, had all software up to date, but this is not core software for Ubuntu, so for how it works, it will not upgrade it over the life of the distribution. So I cannot really recommend using Ubuntu for RPKI work. And as I said, there are backports available to Debian. This is the usual incantation to use backports. And so you can use all the most fresh RPKI related packages in Debian. And I'm committed to keeping uploading backports when it will be needed in the future for the life of Debian stable. Thank you.
Thank you, Marco. Are there any questions?
Lieber Volk. Well, okay, thanks for the review. That's, well, okay, seeing that more than 2 implementations are actually available and useful, obviously, is good news. And having someone provide reports about, well, okay, how to classify the available solutions obviously is helpful. From the days when I was operating stuff, I remember that the question of whether the current state of my RPKI validator actually had some anomaly in the data or in the operations was something that I did care for quite a lot. And back in those days, anomalies did occur quite frequently. I guess the frequency is lower today, but the RPKI system with its complexities, both in structure and in operations, in my opinion, always will run the danger that anomalies occur of various types. And the question how the reporting and alarming from the implementation about detected anomalies and potentially the heuristics used to deal with them, I always found interesting. And yes, I think talking about that is a little bit difficult, but I think it would be very helpful to kind of include that column in the reviews of available and operated packages as well.
Marco, sorry, we have to wrap.
Yeah, sure.
Marco, can you give your reaction?
That's a good idea.
Thank you. Last question, please. We have to skip the last item in the agenda because we're already over time.
Okay. Thank you, Marco, for your presentation. Bogomazov, the NLnet Labs, developer of Routinator. First, my opinion is I would like to give some credits to RPKI or the RIPE NCC RPKI validator. They were the first, and they also paved the way for the current RPKI software. So thanks for that. Other comments, from what I understand now, is that Octo RPKI does have now a dedicated software engineer. So they're now refactoring. So maybe in the future there will be more updates and more frequent updates. And for your suggestion, for the packaging of Routinator, using the system trust anchors, that can be resolved. And finally, but that's more a question, and I agree with you. I think system development and packaging are or software development and packaging are 2 different activities. And we traditionally rely on the Debian or the software or the OS distributors packages to package the software. But what is how do you think to go forward with the Rust ecosystem? Because it will also appear in as kernel modules, or for example, Mozilla Firefox has 10% Rust code. So how do I do
the problem is not Rust itself, but the quantity of libraries. And obviously, using libraries and not reinventing the wheel every time is good. But at this point, as the Debian project, we do not have a solution for this situation. Maybe we will find an acceptable way to do vendoring. We still don't know. We talked about this a lot, I think, earlier this year, but with no solution yet. At some point, the problem will become so big that we will have to find some solution, I think.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Marco.
We had one backup presentation in case there were spare time at the end of this slot. Oh, how optimistic we were. If you go to ripe85.net and look for the routing working group agenda, you can see the slides from Massimo Candela on BGP Alerter and PacketFizz. So that might be worth your while to at least check that out. And maybe next time we have time for the lightning talk.
Talking about next time, I hope to see all of you in sunny Rotterdam in the spring. Thanks.
Thank you all.
Yeah, I think so. Ladies and gentlemen, we will start in a few seconds, so please sit down. Oh, here we are. Okay, so let's start, please. You know, the moment is here, something you've been waiting for 6 months. The favorite working group at RIPE meeting, you know, something you dream of, and now it's beginning. So welcome to Open Source Working Group. I'm Ondrej Filip, and this is my colleague.
I'm Maarten Winter.
We have to apologize the third chair, Marco Sanz. Unfortunately, he couldn't come. What a pity, but I'm sure he's watching remotely. So let me guide you through the administrative stuff. This is the agenda for today. I'd really like to ask you if you have any additions. Usually there's nothing, so thank you very much. Also, we need to approve the minutes from the last meeting. They are finished on time and published on the webpage. We haven't received any comments. But just in case, is there anybody who wants to change something there? No, so then I will ask you to object if you don't disagree with the minutes. Don't see anything.
So then I can talk. We had, as always, in the fall, we have like working group chair election. We sent out an announcement there. There were no candidates, and all three of us continue to stand, so no changes there. If you want to become a working group chair, next chance is for the fall meeting next year, basically. About 2 months before, we'll send out the announcements for that one.
Thank you very much.
And here are our talks today. We have first Maarten talk about Cyber Resilience Act there on the open source. Very curious what that actually ends up. Then we have Annika. She isn't here. She will do it from remote, talk about infrastructure as a code. And finally, we have Lefteris doing a demo. You may have heard his lightning talk, which I believe he had yesterday, if I'm correct. He will do a bit more in details and do a fancy demo today about some of the BGP prefix hijacking detection. And basically with that, let's get started. So Maarten.
Oh yeah, I forgot one thing to introduce the Michelle is taking minutes. Thank you very much, Michelle, and Anand is monitoring the chat. So thank you very much for that. Thank you, Anand.
And never forget the fantastic scribes.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Maarten Aertsen, and I'll talk to you about the Cyber Resilience Act. I work at NLnet Labs. We make open source software, contribute to standards, and try to contribute to policy-making efforts. That's what I do. So let's quickly see if the coffee worked. Can everyone who is relying on open source software in their networks or in their organization raise their hand? Seems like coffee is working. So now, can everyone who develops or has contributed to open source software in the past raise their hand? Coffee is still working, excellent. So let's get started. So the European Commission has regulated services, or is regulating services under the NIS2 directive. And this is about digital services. But there's more, of course. And now they see two major problems for digital products. The first, and this is all very abbreviated, you're getting my summary of 80+ pages of legal text, is that they see a low level of cybersecurity in digital products. And the other bit is that end users have an insufficient understanding and access to information about the security properties of this software. So what are they going to do? They intend to regulate products with digital elements. That's their definition, but it basically means all hardware and software that will be available on the European market. So the short of it, as told by someone working for the Commission, is basically that they're trying to remove some holes in the cheese. And this metaphor spoke to me as I'm a Dutchman. But that's what they intend to do. Now, the way they're going to do it, or they propose to do is through product certification. And if you live in Europe or have ever bought a European product, you may recognize this symbol, but that's what they are attempting. They attempt to put this same scheme, product certification under the CE marking, on software and on hardware, which is quite curious if you ask me, but that's the regime they're trying. So what does it entail to be a certified product under this regulation? First of all, it means meeting some minimal security requirements and requirements for vulnerability handling. So in order to be able in the future to have this stamp, they propose you meet a minimum barrier. Then there are requirements to provide information to end users. And finally, there is risk assessment involved. So you have to assess risks, make paperwork and technical documentation proving that this is, you consider this as a developer. Now, if this were the only thing, then it would be some work. But there's also, of course, the compliance aspect. Namely, you need to prove that you actually comply with the standards as being set. And this is important because the level of criticality of software in the proposal determines how this works. So if you have a product, you may do this yourself, do a self-assessment, produce the paperwork, and then you can affix the CE mark. But once your software is so-called critical, then you can no longer do it yourself, but you will need to get an auditor involved. And I see some frowns, but let's dive into that a little bit deeper, because critical software is on a list in the annex. And you may, if you're able to read this, recognize some of the products that are on that list, including router switches, remote access software, etc., etc. So most of the, in my view, software that runs the internet is in the critical bin, which means that you would have third-party audits. Now, why I am talking about this? Well, wait. Because we make some software ourselves, right? And during our first reading, we felt that most of the software we make is actually in this critical bin. So this proposal may affect the foundation that NLnet Labs is, a 16-person outfit. But this talk is not about us, because we feel that it's nice to meet these minimal barriers, and perhaps we can spend some money to make this happen. Why I'm standing here is because I know that not every open source developer is able to meet these requirements, and perhaps we should be helping them spend time on their code instead of writing paperwork. Is there some exception, perhaps? Well, the clicker is doing me no favors. There is actually an exception, which is really nice. So the European Commission wrote in their initial proposal that in order not to hamper innovation or research, free and open source software should not be covered by this regulation. There's a little caveat though, because there is this text about outside the course of a commercial activity. So what does it mean? Now, they actually give some examples. They don't define it, but they give some examples. So a commercial activity might be characterized by a number of things, the most obvious being charging a price. But there's also this thing, the charging a price for technical support services. So maybe good for a question and see if the coffee still works. Does any one of you rely on open source software and support the organizations or developers that do so by, for example, paying them some money? Raise your hand. Coffee is still working. So that would classify as a commercial activity, but we don't know what the full scope is because these are just examples, right? So this proposed regulation creates a distinction between open source development, which generates no income, some income, and full income. And we can ask questions about this because there is legal uncertainty in knowing in which bin you are, right? Is the thing I'm doing, is that a commercial activity or is it not? For a lot of open source software development, it's definitely not a commercial activity, and I'm very happy to read it. But there's also quite a lot of people, and some of you raised your hands just now, who support open source development, which may well be in this commercial activity bin. So for those people, there will be compliance costs, especially if the software they're making is in what is considered to be critical. And my guess would be, but you tell me, that this may well be the software you support. So the question is, can these single developers, groups of developers, can they carry this compliance cost? Or should they instead be focused on improving their software? Wow, let's see. So the next question is, if you are currently an open source developer doing this for nothing in your spare time, but you feel that you want to spend more time on this software and you want to earn your living doing it, will this new piece of regulation stop you from doing that? Because it will not only make you jump from your current job to being self-supporting based on your development efforts, but it may also mean that you now have to bear the compliance cost of proving that your software meets a minimal barrier. So to be clear, I'm not arguing against minimum barriers. The point here is you need to prove it, and when your software is critical, then you may have to pay for auditors. So that's a question I have. So the final question I have with regards to this distinction is whether organizations that are not in the EU, which are a lot of countries and a lot of people, will they start avoiding EU software on the EU market because of this regulation? And I don't know the answer. So my question to the Commission would be, and perhaps also to people in the audience more knowledgeable on this topic than I am, why are we actually making this distinction? Why are we distinguishing between open source software developed by volunteers and as part of a commercial activity? What's the purpose? What are we gaining? Is this about catching Red Hat? Is Red Hat really the way why we're like writing down this, or is there maybe no? And I don't know. Perhaps the people have thoughts. So, or alternatively, if it's too broad to make an exception for all open source software, should commercial activities perhaps include some language around for-profit or not for-profit? I know some companies like writing routing software, and they offer support contracts. They're not living on it though. So should we include these or not if they are not for-profit? So at this point, like I said, I have more questions and concerns than answers and solutions. And that's actually why I'm here today, because I would like to hear from you. How does this affect you? How does this affect the projects that you depend on, perhaps spend money on, because you believe they should continue? So track this legislation if this is important to you, because the way democracies work is that we have to get involved if things matter. So please consider the Cyber Resilience Act impact on open source for your infrastructure. And then as an aside, I'm not talking about the product liability proposal today, but there's a separate piece of law and it has the same commercial activity language. So if that's a whole another talk for another day, but make sure you understand that there's two things going on right now with regards to open source. So please talk to us when you have the similar concerns, you want to team up, or perhaps you can invite us to places that are effective at filing off these sharp edges. I'll take questions if you have them, and otherwise I have a quick quiz for you.
Any questions?
Benedikt, Stockebrand, Stepladder IT. The situation is worse. Point number one, I've had the opportunity to learn about a couple of Euro norms relating to networking, and they were written by people who simply didn't know what they were doing. So if there are some standards applied that remotely look like that, we are in a real mess. And the second point is IT is developing fairly fast. These norms don't, and standards. So how do they actually want to catch up with development when it comes to certification or auditing or whatever? So the problem is even bigger. That said, considering the quality of some software you find in the market, I actually think we need to do something. And the big question is, are there better ideas than what politicians who don't understand the business, apparently, to some degree, are currently proposing?
Thank you for your comment. Any other questions? Otherwise, we'll do some more hand raising because I think that's fun. So a little quiz. There is a question.
Sorry, I have actually many questions. Vesna Manojlovic, RIPE NCC, but speaking for myself, actually, the first question is, what is the timeline for this legislation, and when can we as a community contribute and make sure that this is done in a better way?
So this is currently a European Commission proposal. There is currently an open feedback period where you can give your thoughts to the European Commission. And as the European policy process goes, then there will be a position of each member country. So if you have thoughts about these, you can also share them with your own government. And finally, there will be a phase where the European Parliament gets to have a say. So if you have a favorite member of the European Parliament, make sure to let them know what you think. So then this process comes together, and you were asking about timelines. My understanding is that I want to get this done, and so it'll be the next 1 or 2 years where this is going to be worked on. But it all depends, of course, on how many questions are received, etc.
Okay, and is the initial reason for this the consumer protection?
No, it's actually, or partially perhaps, because they also explicitly mentioned in the text that they want to make sure that these essential entities under NIS2, for example, IXPs, etc., that the products they rely on meet a good level of security. So, or at least a minimal level of security. So this is also about our critical infrastructure in a sense.
Just one more quick one. Maybe you can answer later. Okay, never mind.
Okay, Peter Kortinik. Because I heard Benjamin say that this is all bad and so on and so forth, and coming out of the blue. I would like to remember people in this room and the broader community that, first of all, this is the Commission's response to IoT, more or less, right? It's a Lex IoT. That's how they sell it in the broader context. And we've had a multitude of presentations that was saying that all these IoT devices and unmaintained devices, this is all bad and it's a real danger. Careful what you wish for. This is a response. But luckily, there's at least until December to submit further comments. You might want to go into further detail. And also, there is an interconnection between the Cybersecurity Act, the Cyber Resilience Act, and NIS2, and this needs all to be put into perspective. And unfortunately, it makes things complicated, especially for providers of critical infrastructure that rely on open source, because if you're out of one regulation, you're still in for the other one. So we're talking about supply chain and so on and so forth. It's not about this. This is a whole couple of things going on at the same time, and it needs more attention. Thank you for bringing this up here.
Thanks for your comment. I wholeheartedly agree. So I don't think we, oh, there's
Okay.
another.
Neil O'Reilly, RIPE Vice Chair, among other things, but this is mainly a personal contribution. Peter got there before me. Thank you for bringing this up. But also thanks to somebody who's not here, who published a blog post just recently about this, Olaf Kolkman. We need to address this in the same way that we made progress modifying the NIS2 for the root server operators. And I think it may be worth making the distinction between open source software, which is open and is open to inspection, and proprietary software, which is much more difficult to analyze and is less scrutinized, or not scrutinized on the same scale as open source. So there's a job of work to be done here, and I'm not sure who the best players are to move towards that result. But the first thing is, thank you, thanks to Olaf.
I can wholeheartedly recommend the blog post. I reviewed it, I contributed to it. So it's good. It goes into more detail with respect to the articles. So if you think this is a good talk, then go read the blog post. The link is at the bottom of the slide.
Last question, and please make it short as we're kind of.
Yeah, so this is slightly orthogonal. So is the Commission also considering the funding model, or the when they think this software is critical? Is there some talk about giving the public money for the public code, so that all the like governmental institutions are actually contributing to the free software and open source code?
So this is actually a point that Olaf makes in his blog. There are, like, the European Commission is supporting open source software development, both in words and in money. So in that sense, it's kind of curious, because if you're taking money, is what you're doing a commercial activity? So.
Okay, thank you very much for your talk. Next up, we have Maarten talking about the Terraform, basically the code, basically the infrastructure as a code. She will be remote, so let's hope that works up somehow.
Hi, I don't know, maybe it works. Hey everyone. Yeah, hello, right? I didn't be there in person. But yeah, let's try to make the best of it and have a small presentation about infrastructure as code, how you can deploy your critical infrastructure using open source tools. And I prepared some slides. Let me show these. Yeah. So welcome everyone. So why do we want to do this? Yeah, you can already imagine code is actually a nice thing. Well, call me maybe biased, but I think code is still a nice thing. And you can have it revisioned, you can have versions, you can collaborate on it with multiple people, and you can of course reuse fragments of code you already written for other things. So in order to automate everything, this looks like, well, a good idea to maybe have infrastructure also represented as something, well, text-based maybe. Okay, so whenever I'm thinking about automation and deploying infrastructure, of course, I think about IXAPI, because IXAPI, well, was an effort to provide this. And of course, the other thing we need for this is a tool for actually interpreting this code and making all these API calls to then provision things. A popular one is Terraform. You might have heard it and have already used this. And yeah, what is the IX API? IX API, again, was the shared effort by internet exchanges and other players in the market to provide a common interface to internet exchanges, to provision services and networks and stuff like this. And it pretty much looks like this. It's a huge design document. There are, well, tons of endpoints for example, for provisioning for provisioning network service configs, and so on, managing accounts. And what is Terraform? So Terraform is a tool for basically wiring all this together. I see I don't have to rush it like this, so I can take a breath. All right, so what is Terraform? Terraform is a tool for basically doing this. You have a config file where you define resources and data sources, and using so-called providers. These configurations describe your infrastructure, like, for example, an EC2 instance at AWS, where you, for example, provision your application server on there, or maybe in the IX API context, you can, for example, say you manage a MAC address for a customer and so on. These are resources and data sources, and the whole state of your infrastructure is then locally tracked by Terraform. And yeah, whenever you apply changes, Terraform will react to this and propagate these changes to the infrastructure. So what is a data source in Terraform? Short introduction. Terraform provides data sources where you can retrieve read-only data from a provider, like, for example, the IX API or AWS or whatever else. You have in this read-only data usually a possibility to provide filters and create a declarative query to, for example, get all required network features of type route servers for a given network service, or to show, for example, other things. I will get to this later because I prepared a small demo, and we will get our hands a bit dirty later on. So how does it do this? It basically is then making this API request, filling out these, for example, query parameters, and is getting back a nice Terraform state. This conversion from request to Terraform state is then done by the Terraform provider, usually using an API client. Luckily for us, we wrote the IX API as an open API document, and then could derive, well, with some manual tweaks, we could derive a client from this. The client is also open source, and you can find it on our GitLab site. And there is a small example of where you can see how to actually use this. This client is written in Go. Terraform is also using Go, so this was already a good match. The other really important thing about Terraform then would be resources. So what is a resource? A resource is basically an entity which is managed by Terraform completely. So if you declare one here, it will be created on the server side. And if you change anything in here, the change will be then applied using API calls. So changes in this config, which is the source of truth of your infrastructure, will then propagate to the server. All right, so how does it do this? It makes a request. For example, in the IX API context, you have to check out, for example, if this you check the operation, like for example, create MAC address, which will register a MAC address on the server, and then it will get back a response, which is then imported into the Terraform state. All right, this was fast. I hope I didn't lose you all. But maybe everything gets a bit more clearer if we get our hands a bit dirty and check out what we can actually do with the IX API, with the Terraform client, with a Terraform provider, and with some window I want to share. Here it is. Great. So let me move this a bit out of the way. So what can you see here? You can see here an initial more or less empty Terraform file. In this header part, you would specify required providers, in this case, the IX API provider. Usually you would then say, yeah, okay, we also need, for example, AWS or whatever else. So in the next step, you kind of have to provision your, or kind of to configure your provider. I hard-coded this in here for the demo to reduce any friction, but in all of these keys, you can also use the environment variables for these. So in practice, it's always a bad idea to encode or to put credentials in your source code. You shouldn't do this. But to illustrate how to use this provider for now, this is in here. So you have the API endpoint, which is currently pointing to a IX API sandbox running locally on my machine. I got an API key and an API secret I just filled in here. And now we can, for example, just define some data source. So if we are, for example, interested in querying for IX API for facilities in, for example, a metro areas. So you define a data source where you say, yeah, we are using from the IX API provider, we are using the resource, the data source facilities. So we're making a facilities query for a given metro area. However, the metro area is an ID which needs to derive from another data source. So we kind of need to query first the data source for metro areas. And luckily for us, we don't have to deal with IDs directly. So we can just query for an IATA code and get back, for example, now all the facilities in a given metro area. So when I now run Terraform apply, this all worked. The infrastructure did not change, but oh, I should save this. I need to. So it now made a plan. It's reading the metro areas. It read everything else. It read the facilities queried by metro area. The infrastructure, of course, did not change. And when I now show the current Terraform state, we now see that we successfully queried our metro area by IATA code and now could list all facilities like our multi-tiered data center and in Frankfurt. All right, so far so cool. We can do queries, but let's do something more interesting, right? So not only querying, let's create something. So the first thing in my use case is, yeah, I'm acting as a reseller. I could now hard code, for example, my reseller ID, or I'm just lazy. I'm looking it up using this convenient data source where I can just pass a reference. And then let's create a new customer. So we want to onboard a customer where we already have our connection in place and basically want to resell network peering services. So we create a new customer. Let's call it NLnet. I'm really uncreative with names. So when I now say Terraform apply, it will suggest or it will show you that some changes are imminent for the Terraform state. So it will perform the following actions. This is called the plan. It will create the account, and a lot of things will only be known after the apply, like for example, the ID, which is a usual thing. So when I do this, it's then applying the state change to the server. And if you do it again, nothing changed, but yeah, you basically refreshed the state only. So when you show it, you now see, okay, we have now successfully created an account. It's not discoverable. It's managed by the reseller ID, and it's yeah, in state production. So as this is all tracked by Terraform, changes to this account, like for example providing a legal name, would then result into an update. This will be updated in place. A patch request will be done using the API, and the resource will be updated. So far, so good. So as you have seen, sometimes it's a bit tedious to always write like these long names, so you can always make shortcuts. So with locals, you can define local variables, like for example, a reseller ID or an account ID. And yeah, other things we need to, for our use case, would be, for example, then provisioning a resource, provisioning contacts. Let me do this real quick. We need a NOC contact and an implementation contact. You can all find these in the specifications of the IX API. And of course, we would need to configure peering, a product offering, which defines what actual product to configure. To display, for example, this, or you have always the possibility to create outputs. So you could you can always show, for example, the value of the IX API product offering, peering Frankfurt. And if you apply this, for example, yeah, this is where I always prepare this. If you apply this, I forgot something. I skipped the line. Oh no, what happened? This looks wrong. Now I'm off track. I'm so sorry. We have our resource, we have our product offering, we should have the exchange LAN and use the connections like this, and always apply this and yay, okay, it's creating a contact and so on. Let's skip this for later. We pick our connection, we define an IP address, and not an IP address, we need a MAC address for later, which is then again managed by Terraform. So when you change this, again, the whole change process will be done by this. We need to access specific role assignments. These role assignments are derived from the contact. The contact is then then again referenced from the resource. And to make things simple, we just add locals with a contact ID and so on. So everything great. I guess then we can just define our network service config, like with the parameters we see on the network service config IXAPI page. There you would see, yeah, you need to provide a managing account, customer account, billing account, all the stuff, a networking connection, network service, product offering, ASNs, and so on. And hopefully this will all now work. So it will create this, not only the contact, but also it will create the resource for the network service config. I can now say yes, and it will just apply this. And but if you now show your Terraform state, you will see, oh, okay, there is still tons of stuff missing. It's everything created, but no network feature is assigned and so on. And I'm rushing now a bit. So all this tedious work, you would then just more or less do a copy and paste and add all this configuration stuff and so on in there. Yeah, you can also define a nice output, and so you can have something to then further on put into, for example, a provisioning script and so on to yeah, to basically provision now this customer completely. And if I now run the Terraform apply, I should remember to save things. It will now create the required network service config. It will then have an output. It will have, yeah, basically everything we need. And I'm doing this apply, and oh great, we now have something we can pass to our customer, like a BGP password, how to configure the gateway, how to configure the router, and so on. And even we got our assigned VLAN ID from the Internet Exchange. And yeah, so let's refresh our state. Let's show it, and you can see everything is in production. All right, so much for my hands-on demo. I hope this wasn't too much of an information dump. The next step now would be to abstract it and abstract this away from doing this pretty much hands-on writing resources for a given customer to building a module where you can then just pass in some key variables like product ID and, for example, customer, and then provision peering not only in Frankfurt, but based on the product offering, for example, in Munich or wherever else. And this is then just an example for reusing your code. I see I have like 5 minutes left, so I stop sharing my screen and yeah, reopen the slides. Everything you saw is open source, and you can find the documentation specifics for the IX API on docs.ixapi.net. There is a GitLab with the IX API sandbox, the IX API schema, the Go client. You can, of course, only play around with the Go client if this whole Terraform stuff isn't low-level enough for you. And of course, the Terraform provider itself is open source. For namespace and publishing reasons, it's hosted on GitHub because the Terraform registry is actually pulling things from GitLab. All right. Oh, and I just saw there were audio issues. This is a good thing to see now. Okay. I hope the audio wasn't that bad. This is pretty much from me. Thank you all. Hopefully I see you all next time in person again. So I will, yeah, we can have a nice chat. And do you have any questions?
Thank you very much, Annika. I will ask Lefteris to prepare his presentation. And meanwhile, we have a few minutes for the questions. So are there any?
So
I don't see any, Annika, so I think everything was clear. Thank you very much.
This is great.
Thank you.
All right. So yeah, I had tons of fun with code generation. So writing code generation is really, yeah, a nice thing to do. Because especially if you have to at the same time have in your head multiple languages to deal with. So yeah, I can always recommend. This is a nice a nice exercise. Okay, so much from me. Have all a great day. Have a great rest of the ride. I hope to see you all next time in person again. And yeah, bye.
Thank you very much, and we're all looking forward to seeing you next time. Thank you. So then the next presentation will be from Lefteris Manassakis. The title of the presentation is ARTEMIS, which I don't think will be a presentation about Greek mythology, but about how to deal with the prefix hijacking. So Lefteris, if you're ready, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Ondrej. Give me a second, guys, to boot up my laptop and open the presentation. Hopefully the screen is visible. Yes, great. That was step number one. The second step is for the mouse to work. Okay, got that. And also to boot up my router. Okay. So my name is Lefteris Manassakis. I'm a co-founder of CodeBGP. CodeBGP is the company that is currently maintaining ARTEMIS. ARTEMIS is an open source tool for detecting BGP prefix hijacking attacks in real time. For the ones that joined me in the lightning talk yesterday in the plenary, some of the things that I'm going to say right now, you have heard yesterday, but for the ones that haven't seen the presentation, I need to say a few words about what ARTEMIS does and how it works so that you later see the demo and understand what you're seeing. So the ARTEMIS design goals is to provide real-time BGP observability, advanced BGP hijacking detection. It's an on-premise tool that the operator needs to download and install at his own servers. It provides a custom UI that I will show you in a bit, and it's built on top of a modern software stack. The ARTEMIS overview, this is this slide that describes a high-level view of how ARTEMIS works. On the left side, we have the various data sources that contribute data to the system, BGP data. We're talking about control plane data only here. So we have the public BGP feeds like RIS-Live, the RIS-Live WebSocket, and also BGP Stream. And also you can connect your own routers to the system. The operator can do that. And what the operator needs to do, and this is something that I will show you as well, is configure the ARTEMIS configuration file, which is a YAML file that you can use in order to declare your autonomous systems, your prefixes, your neighbors, and some specific BGP policies can also be configured here. And what ARTEMIS does is compares the configuration file that the operator has configured against the data that it receives from the monitoring module from the public feeds. And if it finds discrepancies, it raises alarms that the operator will be informed via Slack, email, or syslog, or via the UI. Now I'm going to do a demo. I'm quite nervous for this because it's a live demo, and I'm going to do a hijack. So before I was sitting there and I was thinking, in my life, I don't do any bungee jumping, any adrenaline sports and stuff like that. So this will cover it. So I will open the UI. Before we do the actual hijack, I will give you a walkthrough of the UI. What do we see here? ARTEMIS has three main tables. It's the main dashboard that we see here, where you can see if a hijack is taking place currently. This go grab a beer is an idea that our original front-end developer had, Petros Gigis. He's currently a PhD student in UCL, and he obviously likes beer, and I think it resonates with a lot of people. And whenever a hijack takes place, you see it here. And also in this overview page, you can see the various microservices that are currently running. You can switch on and switch off the microservices. And also the monitor microservices. Currently, we have active the BGP Stream Kafka monitor service, which is a collection of BMP feeds by KEDA, and also RIS Live. And on the right hand, we see currently some statistics, like what are the number of prefixes we are currently monitoring. ARTEMIS is a prefix monitoring tool, meaning that it protects specific prefixes, regardless of who's originating them. And it has also the number of peers that are currently contributing data to the system and other statistics. Next to the dashboard, we have the BGP updates, that are basically the updates that contain these prefixes that you have configured as the prefix in the update. It can be either an announcement or a withdrawal, obviously. And it shows the AS path, the AS that provides the information, also the service. In this case, it's RIS Live, and specifically the route collector number 3. And you can see more information here. You can filter based on different filters. I won't bore you with so much detail. I will try to go directly to what everything is waiting for. Everybody actually is waiting for. In the next table, we see the hijacks. In case a hijack takes place, the operator needs to go here and do some specific things that hopefully will work as soon as I do the demo. In case it doesn't work, you will excuse me, I will go to the back of the room and have a silent heart attack. So I will open the router now. I will go back to the dashboard. Let me clear this. First of all, we want to see that this router has a BGP session app, and it does, and it gets the full feed, both V4 and V6. What I'm going to do now, also one thing that I forgot to show you, which is important, is the configuration file. Before we go to the actual, not here. This compares the different configuration files. Here, the operator can switch on and switch off modules. And this is the configuration file where you select your prefixes, who's announcing them, what are the monitors that are currently active. This is the form of the YAML file. What are the neighbors? And what I have done in this configuration file in the end is that this subprefix 4 that I'm going to announce, I have declared all the upstreams that I'm using, but I have not declared one upstream, specific upstream that I'm going to use right now. By not declaring in it here, ARTEMIS will see that you have a new neighbor, although you have not configured it, and it will detect it as a type 1 hijack, as we say. A hijack that the hijacker falsifies the AS path and presents himself as the first hop neighbor to you, which is a type of hijack attack that RPKI does not protect you against. So it's an advanced type of hijack. That's one thing that I will show you, and if time permits, probably it will, as it seems, I will also show you this type of attack, which is what we call a squatting attack, meaning when you can have prefixes that you don't use, but you don't want anybody else to use them because they belong to your own organization. You can declare them here and have ARTEMIS inform you in case somebody else is using it. Okay, time of truth. So I will do this announcement. For this prefix, and let's see what happens. When ARTEMIS will detect the hijack, it will take some seconds. In the meantime, we can give a command to the router. I chose to use Go BGP for this demo, but there are many open source software stacks that you can use, as you know, excellent ones, like the ones that our working group chairs are supporting. So the adjust and reboot of this router shows that this announcement has been done. And let's see what happens with ARTEMIS when it will detect the hijack. It takes longer than usual. I must admit. Usually it takes seconds. It's the Murphy's Law, man. I mean, what can I say? We'll see. Maybe you will have to excuse me in a bit. We'll see. Anyway, if it does work, it does work. It's not the end of the world. It's one more story to say to my grandkids, I guess. Normally, either RIS, one monitor of RIS, of the hundreds of monitors that RIS has, or even Kafka, will see this update and will inform ARTEMIS that this is an update, and ARTEMIS will detect it and declare it as a hijack. And this is a lesson for me to next time do a webcast, a screencast actually. In the meantime, I will do the second announcement as well, so that we see if in the meantime, so you guys don't wait for all this time, and give a bit of time to the system. This is the second announcement that I'm going to do, that it's supposed to be detected as a squatting attack. No, I do not see. Let's go to the updates to see if we see anything regarding these prefixes. No. No luck, I guess. I have 3 minutes. Maybe while you guys ask me questions, something shows up here. So yeah, you can ask any questions. And sorry, but my luck was not on my side today.
Okay, are there any questions?
Hi, I'm Thomas Solterbar from the University of Strasbourg. So thank you for the presentation yesterday and the demo. Hopefully it will work. I wanted to ask you in the paper, so I went through the paper, the ARTEMIS paper, and you mentioned type 2 hijacks and some solutions to detect those hijacks as well. So I wonder if you include those solutions in the implementation of Artemis, and if not, why, and if you plan to do it in the future.
Yes, thank you for the question. Thank you for going through the paper, because it's a long paper. This question is related to the question the guy asked me yesterday in the plenary about basically detecting hijacks within the path with like transit providers, as he mentioned them. The thing with type 2 hijacks, so that let the other people understand what we mean by type 2 hijacks. There are hijacks that are further than the first neighbor. It can be type 2 or type N, as we call them in the paper. We have a methodology in the paper on how to detect such type of hijacks that, as I mentioned yesterday, are a hard cookie to crack. The thing about this type of hijacks is that the further away you go from the source, the more paths you have and the more unpredictability you have. So let's see that in the third or fourth hop, you see a new link. How would you know if this is like a legitimate announcement or not? We have in the methodology of Artemis an approach that is novel, I believe, that says if you get the history of all the hijacks, of all the updates through time, for this link to exist for real, there must be the backwards link from the destination to the source pre-existing in the past, sometime in the past. And if this happens, then the chance of this announcement being legitimate is larger. But that's not, again, absolute certainty that this is a legit announcement. So for the current time being, Artemis does type 1 detection. In order to do type 2, we have described in detail in the paper, type 2 and more, how it can be done. Although it will also produce false positives, and it takes a lot of computational, while we're speaking, the hijack was detected. Great, awesome.
So just a quick update. I think you had some change there on the screen.
Yes, the update showed up. Awesome. Thank you for the time. Yeah, it will also produce false positives. And one of the goals of Artemis is that we do not want it to produce false positives and false negatives, because the operators get the false alarms and they start ignoring the alarms, which is not a good thing. So this is the hijack. I don't know if I have 1 second maybe to show. So you can see that is an exact prefix hijack of type 1, meaning of falsifying the neighbor. It took a bit of time for this announcement to be shown, and you can see details about the hijack here, how it looks like, what was the timestamp. For this announcement, for some reason, it took 6 minutes to be detected, which is not bad, but it's not also not what we're used to. We're used to detecting hijacks within seconds. And also, what you can do, since this in reality this is a legitimate announcement, what you can do is go here in this tab and mark it as ignored, apply, and when you do this, Artemis can automatically reconfigure your configuration file so that next time this announcement shows up, there will be no alarms. Thank you very much, guys.
Okay. Sorry, one more question. There seems to be one more question, which Qrator. So last question.
Thank you for the presentation. Leandro Bertoldo, University of Twente. One thing, as we have worked with Annika, we generate a lot of different oscillations in the network. Then we try to use RIS and route views to see what changed in the prefix that we do. And we noticed that several different autonomous systems that send peers to that peering with write, for example, they have different timers. So one thing like this one that happened with you, normally we notice that depending of which part of the planet you are doing change, it will appear in RIS like 30 minutes after the prefix is being, there is traffic there and everything working. It's like just, I don't know, I feel that problem when we are doing this type of watching what is happening. And maybe, I don't know if you notice that too or not.
Yeah, I have worked extensively with RIS. RIS is a great source of information for every one of us who are working with BGP. It provides 1,500 feeds. Not all of them are full feed, but some of them are full feed as well, like half of them. So it's a great source of information, but it can also produce some, it has some inconsistencies, I would say. And the community would be great if we could all work together on to solving this type of inconsistencies. But you are right, yeah, we have seen that stuff as well.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, we have one very short question.
Very short.
Please.
Antonio Prado, SBTAP. Thank you for your presentation. I think that this demo shows that bad guys should be patient.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for the presentation.
Thank you very much. And for, this is all for today. From some outrageous reasons, we don't have much time. We just got 60 minutes. So now you will have those terrible another 6 months that you will wait for another session like that. So please survive that. Thank you very much for joining us. I would like to thank the people who made this session happen, Anna and Michelle Guy. Thank you very much. And the others around also, the scribe, thank you so much and enjoy your break. Thank you.
Okay, thank you everyone. Bye.
this one. You can also see if there's something in there. Yeah, maybe. We're really one get short. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. Doing that remotely. Yeah. She could use Medeca for that. Okay. So we should come up. Okay, so what's the time? No, fine. We'll start with the slides anyway. Yes, I don't finish. Okay, yes. Good day, everyone. Welcome, IPv6 Working Group participants. We have a hybrid session, so there's people going to be online, and all of you here are going to be on site. Please use the code of conduct for your behavior here, and please remember that this session is being recorded. The acceptation of the minutes, they've been published a long time ago on the list. I haven't seen any comments. So with this, if there are no comments here, we can accept them, I think. No one, any comments? No, good, they're accepted. And then we have something I cannot do. But
where you don't want to, Ray.
Let's not go into that.
Okay, so one more thing, for personal reasons, Jen can't be with us. This time she'll try to be on with us remotely, but can't be here with us. But the reason why Ray wants me on stage for a change, his term as a co-chair is up, and we've sent a notification to the mailing list. Nobody else decides want to do it. Ray is happy to do the job. I'm happy he's doing the job. So this is your last chance. If you are so unhappy with Ray as a working group chair that you actually want to take over. 3, 2, 1. Okay, your job again.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Strange hobbies I have, I know, but it's just the way it is. First up is Pablo from Cisco, and he will have a presentation on path tracing. Thank you.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Many thanks, Ray, for the introduction. So my name is Pablo. I'm a tech lead at Cisco. And today I would like to introduce you to a project that we have been working on for the past 24 months, and it's called path tracing. And so first, let me start by introducing the problem that we are going to try to solve. And so as always in the segment routing project, we try to go back to the root. We try to go back to the purity of IP and ask naive questions. And so how come that if I have a packet from A to F, you do not know, and likely many of you, but maybe most of you, you do not know how this packet was forwarded from A to F. And from a reality point of view, you do not know because there are 3 valid ECMP paths and it's very difficult to know which one out of those 3 has been taken. But on top of that, it could very well be that there is a bug or a FIP corruption along the packet delivery path, and this packet has taken a completely different path out of those 3. So path tracing is going to deliver a solution to this problem, and it's going to tell you how the packet was forwarded in your network, and then on top of that, it's going to tell you how the time was spent in between the nodes A and F. okay? Because maybe we have one router that is introducing a significant amount of latency. Or it could also be the case that, for example, we have one router that is introducing crazy jittering. So on top of the path visibility and the timing, we are also going to record what is the load at the egress interface queue so that we have this full visibility. So all in all, path tracing is going to give you a full characterization of the of how the packet was forwarded. It will tell you what are the routers that the packet was forwarded through and the state of each one of the routers in your network. Okay, and we are going to do this by monitoring the most basic pipeline of the router. So the actual pipeline that is used for forwarding your customer packets, which is the most important thing. And this is really a 40-year unsolved IP problem because up to now we did not have this visibility. And so really we believe that this is an important step to give this information. So let's see how it works. It's very easy. So what we're going to have is we are going to have an IPv6 packet, source address A, destination address F. This IPv6 header is going to be followed by the path tracing header. Now, the path tracing header is nothing more than an IPv6 hop-by-hop extension header, as you know, defined in RFC 2460 more than 25 years ago. And in this hop-by-hop extension header, what we will have is the path tracing option. The path tracing option is a new option, which is going to be like a metadata scratchpad. Okay, so it's going to be like a blank piece of paper where each one of the routers along the packet delivery path is going to write three things. It's going to write the outgoing interface ID, it's going to write the timestamp and the load. Okay, so in this packet, in this example that we have here on the right, when this packet is about to leave the router A, what is going to happen is that the router is going to write, hey, I'm about to forward this packet on the interface from A to B at this particular time and this particular load. Then the packet arrives to the router B. On the router B, I'm going to perform my regular packet processing. So I'm going to do my forwarding lookup. I'm going to decrement the hop limit and so on. And then before I put this packet on the egress interface, I'm going to record on this header that the packet is about to be forwarded on the interface from B to F at this particular time and with this particular load. Okay, and so on and on. So basically, you get all of the path visibility, and then on top of this path visibility, you get the timestamp and the load at each one of the hops. And this full visibility, we are getting it with minimum NTU overhead. Okay, so each one of the routers along the packet delivery path is going to encode these three things. So the interface, the timestamp, and the load, all together using only 3 bytes per hop. Okay, and that is really important because to make any solution of this kind work, what we need is to monitor the most basic pipeline of the router. So any solution that would punt this packet to the router CPU and would attempt to process this packet using forwarding tables which are not the same that are the ones used for your customer packets is not going to be useful at all. So we have designed this entire header from scratch in such a way that it can be implemented at line rate effective on any packet. Okay. And so actually that has been one of the keys when we did this project, that is really to extract the juice out of the routers, to get the most out of the router capabilities so that everything can be implemented in the regular MPU. Because we do not want to use neither the CPU nor the OEM coprocessors. No, because we want to get the real data. And to get the real data, you need to use the exact same forwarding path as for your customer packets, plain simple. So we have minimized the hardware complexity first by doing this smart or simple data plane design. But then on top of it, we have also minimized the hardware complexity by leveraging as much as possible, let's say SDN kind of analytics. So basically what is going to happen is that all of our routers are going to perform the bare minimum functionality, which is just to collect the information from the packet forwarding pipeline. And then we are just going to forward all of this information to a commodity compute node, a server, where we are going to have an analytics application that is processing all of these probes, okay, and it's going to do some analytics. Now, this functionality, so the line rate processing and the line rate adding of the interface ID, the timestamp, and the load, it's already implemented. Okay, it's already under deployment with some operators. It's going to be shipping in iOS XR 7.8.1, which is just a few days away because this general availability is November. And we have this running on the Cisco 8000, which is based on the Silicon one. We have this running on the NCS 57000, which is based on Broadcom DNX2. So any Jericho 2, Jericho 2C, Jericho 2C plus platform is going to have it, as well as the SR9K. Okay, and then on the Cisco 8000, as well as on the Broadcom Jericho, this functionality is native on the SDK, which means that if, for example, someday you want to build a white box using Sonic, you will have there the path tracing functionality. Now, as always, we are working hard to have a rich ecosystem. So when we started this project, we shared our initial designs with Broadcom, with Marvel, and others. And we iterated several times on the data plane, so that we accommodate the data plane design to all of the different ASICs that are out there. And then on top of that, we have worked a lot with different academic institutions to deliver a rich open source ecosystem. So we have open source implementations available in the Linux kernel, FDI, BPP. We have an OpenP source implementation, and obviously Wireshark TCP down. And from an ITF point of view, obviously this is released and it's ongoing standardization. And so now that we know that this data plane is already working and that it's already available, it's time to look at the use cases that we are enabling, which to me is the most interesting part. And so, so to me, this is the most interesting part. And so the first use case, it's EDM, which stands for ECMP data plane monitoring. And it's related to corruptions in the hardware, okay? So there are certain situations that may lead to the drop of traffic that is destined to one or more prefixes, okay? Or maybe instead of dropping this traffic, it may lead to forwarding these packets through a path that is completely different from the expected routing path. Now, these might be for different reasons. It could be, for example, control plane inconsistencies between neighbors, control plane and data plane inconsistencies in the routers, or it could be that there is a bug in the hardware itself. And the thing is that we have seen that some of these issues are lasting for as long as more than a year in some networks. So really, it's really significant. Now, the problem is that they are quite challenging to detect. It is quite challenging because it is not all of the traffic that is affected. It's only the traffic that is hashed into one particular ECMP path where we have the corruption that is hitting this issue. So it's difficult. And when we start troubleshooting, it's not like we have many tools available. So all of us as engineers, the first thing we would do is just to do a show command on the router, but the show command, it will tell you that everything is okay, and it will not show the issue. Then we will try to do a ping and trace route, which are great tools, but they are kind of basic, and they will neither show the issue nor give you any valuable information. And so the only way that we have seen some people trying to solve this issue today is basically by flooding the network with probes and then trying to, and these probes obviously they do not have the network visibility, and then they put all of this huge data set in some sort of artificial intelligence with the hope of trying to infer where is the issue. So it's extremely complex and extremely expensive. So it's really problematic that we have a very basic issue in the network and we do not have any tool to just simply to say whether your network is running okay and whether everything is good. And so with path tracing, we are delivering a new mechanism to solve this. The way that it's going to work is quite simple. We are going to send a few probes, each one with a different flow label, so that it's going to explore all of the different ECMP paths in your network. Then once that all of these probe packets have been received, on the analytics side, we are going to have access to two pieces of information. So the first one is going to be all of these probes that are recording all of the set of interface IDs that the packet has traversed. So we have the forwarding reality. And then the analytics also, because it's working hand in hand with the PCE, it also has all of the topology. So it has all of the expected paths based on the routing information. So then we are just simply comparing these two pieces of information and we are able to detect if there is any inconsistency in the network, okay? And so it is that we are detecting this inconsistency and we can continuously monitor and we can tell you whether your network is okay, whether you don't have any issue in the network. And this is really significant because in most of the cases, we do not even know if there is an issue. So up to some extent, a simple analogy is like a blood sample. Like every year you go to the doctor, you take a blood sample, they analyze it and they tell you that you're okay and you can go for another year. Or to the contrary, they tell you they have found something strange and you need to do further troubleshooting. So this is the same. We are going to tell you that you're okay, okay? And so basically what we are going to detect is three things. We are going to detect an expected ECMP path that is dropping all of the traffic. Okay, so it's basically a black hole and a data plane corruption. We are going to be able to detect an ECMP path that is going through a path that is not expected, that is not the one that should be according to the routing. And then we are going to also be able to detect a third thing, which is incoherent latency in between ECMP paths. And this is quite simple. If I have 4 different ECMP paths in between New York and San Francisco, I'm expecting the 4 paths to be within the same latency range. So if there is one path that has a significantly higher latency, then obviously this is not expected. And so then this is also something that we are going to highlight to you. The second use case is going to be related to jitter, okay? And so if you think about it now with all of this ECMP data plane monitoring, what we created is a huge data set because we have a lot of probes that are traversing the network. And for each one of these probe packets, we got a timestamp at each one of the intermediate routers along the packet delivery path. And we have this timestamp with 0.06 millisecond accuracy. So now what we are going to do with jitter analytics, it's simply we are going to reuse this data set in a different way. We are going to study again the data set, but now we are going to focus on a single router. And I'm not going to care about which was the source or the destination of the probe packet. No, I'm just going to care about all of the probes that traverse one particular router. And for all of these probes, what I'm going to do is I'm going to compute for each one of the egress interfaces, I'm going to compute the jitter. Okay, so basically, I'm just going to take the probe, I'm going to take the timestamp on the egress interface, I'm going to take the timestamp and the previous neighbor and subtract it. I'm going to subtract the stable propagation latency. And so then what I end up is with the latency that is introduced by the node and by the egress interface queuing. Okay. So with this information, I'm going to record it over time. I'm going to create my jitter statistics. I'm going to compute the minimum, the average, several percentiles, and so on. Okay. And I'm going to do this across different queues. So not only to take care of your best effort and your scavenger queues, but also for your priority queues as well. And this is already quite significant because today, we do not have any measurement, and so it will be the first time that we have per node jitter measurements with such precision in the live network for each one of the egress interfaces. So it's already a big step. And then on top of this, what we are going to do with the analytics is to continuously monitor the jitter and see how it's evolved. So basically, we are going to trigger alerts if you exceed a particular threshold, and then we are going to compare all of this jitter information with information for the neighbors, with historical information, so what was the jitter 1 week ago at the same time of the day, and so on. And we are going to put this with some basic machine learning to also trigger more advanced alerts. Okay, so all in all, we believe that the jitter analytics are also quite significant because it is going to be the first time that we will have these analytics, at least with this accuracy and on the live network. And really, that's all. When we started the segment routing journey with SRMPLS, we already did a lot of simplification by removing LDP and RSVP from the networks. With SRv6, we did one more step in the simplification by removing the MPLS data plane. And now with path tracing, we are solving this 40-year problem. We believe that the path tracing has significant applicability for all of the transport assurance. The technology from a data plane point of view, it's shipping, it's already out there and it's available. We have a rich ecosystem, not only between different vendors, but also with open source. And so we believe that there are a lot of exciting opportunities with the analytics. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Any questions? See one person coming up. Good.
Hi, Leandro Bertoldo, University of Twente. Thank you for the presentation. One thing that seems similar to me, at least, IPv4 record option. It's do the same thing. Okay, here you have latency and everything, but that one was used to record the path of each route. But it is not more used to the internet because some security problems. This one, I don't know if it's just planned to run inside the autonomous system or the whole internet. Can you give me more clue about that?
Okay, so thank you for your question. So the intention for this is to run within an autonomous system, okay, within a service provider network where you have, for example, SRv6 enabled for your transport, and then on top of it, you add the path tracing to get all of this visibility. And really the key difference, or to me, what is the breakthrough with this approach, is that we are recording all of the information from the most basic packet forwarding pipeline, and that we are really recording that information at line rate. So if you want to do it for all of the packets, you could do it for all of the packets because it's really using the same forwarding table as your customer packets. And so to me, that is the biggest difference, and actually that's what led to having this data plane where we are only using 3 bytes for each one of the nodes to record the timestamp at the load and the interface ID. And yes, it's meant to be used within an autonomous system. Thank you.
Another question is, normally you have an identification that you put for the path, yeah? In the solution that you have an identification to identify the path for the router itself that the packet passes.
So what we are recording is a sequence of interface IDs, okay?
The out the input interface, I imagine, or the output interface.
The output interface at each one of the routers.
And identification of the router itself.
You would need to see more details on the solution, but basically we only have an idea of the outgoing interface, but when you see the entire chain of interface IDs, you are able to deterministically tell the whole path that the packet went through.
Okay.
So you are able to tell the node and the interface, node interface, node interface.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, were there any questions on Mitejo? Oh, there's still one.
Alexander Azimov, Yandex. I wonder if this technology is supposed to work in the MPLS core.
We could make it, I mean, there is a data plane designed for MPLS. However, to be honest, it is not implemented. We think that IPv6 is providing us some facilities. And what it's already shipping, what it's implemented, and where we have this functionality around line rate, it's on IPv6.
Okay, I got it. So you are targeting S6.
Yes.
Okay, there were no questions on Mitejo, I believe. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Next up. Next up is Nico Schotelis. I hope I pronounced it right. And let me check that. Open source Net64 implementations. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Perfect. So yeah, thanks again for having me here. It's always a pleasure being at the RIPE conference. And today I'm going to speak a little bit about NAT64 on open source or only open source implementations. So for me, it's always interesting because the majority of the network community is using hardware devices because, you know, we need to forward things at a high line rate. However, from my perspective, it's always very important to look at the open source side of things because there's a lot of innovation happening and you can steer or control things very dynamically or very, let's say, creatively. I guess everybody here in this room is pretty much aware that on one hand, IPv6 deployment is growing. I mean, you can see all the graphs, you're all aware of this. And at the same time, what I see is also a lot of NAT64 deployments are growing, basically because we are switching more and more towards IPv6 only networks, which eventually have to actually come to the IPv4 internet. Obviously, there are alternatives like MapT and co, but I don't want to talk about those today. But more about what is the status in 2022 about open source NAT64. Before going into detail, quick question to the round. Maybe everybody raise your hand. Who is using NAT64 in their networks? Okay, that's maybe 5 to 10%. Who is doing it in hardware, like in switches? Okay, and who's doing it with open source software? I would say there's maybe 70–80% overlap. All right, so potentially you're actually using already what I'm going to talk about, and that's very good. What I'm going to show today is more or less a summary of what we are at Ondrej having a look at, or what we are from time to time testing. There might be other solutions, and actually if you are aware later at the end of the presentations of other solutions, I would actually like to come here to the microphone and let me know about like what I forgot, because I'm also always keen to learn from the audience. So I'm starting with the first one, and I guess everybody who had a look at NAT64 must have run into Tiger. Tiger is for me the classic or the most classic NAT64 implementation out there. If I'm not mistaken, it's actually released, or not only released, I think the last state of the source code is from 2011. So it's not the most fresh or new software, so to say, but it has a very nice approach, and that is, with Tiger, you basically run a user space implementation. On a Linux, you get a TUN device, you put in the packet, and it does the translation. Tiger does not even do stateful translation. So whenever you want to do stateful translation, you actually have to use the Linux kernel to do NAT64 to NAT44, which sounds a bit weird in the first place, but it's actually in a way quite elegant, because as a NAT64 writer, you can concentrate on your job at hand, which is transform IPv6 to IPv4 and vice versa, and don't deal with state mapping, which is inherently not an easy task to do, especially if you're coming to a lot of devices. The disadvantage of this approach is that in our test, Tiger is somewhat CPU bound. I mean, it's kind of expected that every solution, software solution, will be CPU bound, but it's a bit early CPU bound. So this test is from 2 years ago, roughly 2 to 3 years ago, where the CPUs of at that time up-to-date Intel CPU with a 10 gig card were maxed out at 3 gigabit per second. So that's all you could get there, and Tiger's implementation is a single core implementation. So you can't really scale out with the cores that you have there. That's it. So if you want to solve your problem and go at higher speeds, there's a very nice alternative, which is called YOL or YOL. I'm not actually sure how to pronounce it correctly, which is mainly coming from Nick.mx, so from Mexico. Big kudos there for doing it mainly to Alberto. Whoever knows him, he's in Mexico, I think, at the moment. He did a magnificent piece of code, and it's actually a Linux kernel module supporting stateful and stateless NAT64 translations. And it's rather fast. So in our test, it was running at around 8.2, 8.3 gigabit per second on a 10 gig link, actually utilizing 2 out of 4 cores, if I remember correctly. So there's some multi-threading inside the kernel that is actually being used by the module. The biggest disadvantage of the YOL module is it is actually out of kernel. So you can't just take your favorite Linux distribution and say, like, I want to go use YOL. You actually have to either compile the kernel module, or you have to have a Linux distribution such as Alpine Linux, which is actually shipping the pre-compiled extra modules for the kernel. So you have Linux distributions out there where you don't need to compile it yourself, but it's still not in kernel. So it's like a bit of a, yeah, not the most straightforward approach. But yeah, then again, you get really fast translation. Then there's something that is actually based on my time in ETH, and there's some people around here who it's good to see from the time. I actually did my master's thesis on NAT64 translations in P4 in a somewhat portable way, because P4 as a language is portable. However, there's always a little bit of hardware dependency in there. So the promise of P4, for those who haven't heard too much of P4 yet, the promise of P4 is basically everything you can do at line rate. So basically you program inside the hardware, or you do program inside a software solution, an emulation of P4, and everything you can do is done at line rate. So that's a very nice promise that's out there. The solution I coded at the time is very fast. It's a bit faster than YOL. There might have been some overhead, but eventually I was measuring around 9.3 gigabit per second on a 10 gig link. So you're, I would say, almost at line rate. The disadvantage of this solution, and to be very blunt, there's no production use whatever for it. So I don't recommend using it in production. Besides, you're a bit adventurous. Then, you know, just go ahead. Or you have some P4 equipment around there and you want to give it a try, feel free to. It also works with state tracking, so it's as a stateful support, which is somewhat interesting because the switches are inherently not very dynamic. So there's actually an external controller which actually keeps the state, and the switches actually just communicate with an external Linux box to keep the state when there's a new translation that needs to be put into a state table. But then again, if you're planning on using this for production, please take 12 steps back. Then there's something else which might not be on everybody's radar, and that is Cilium. Cilium is actually a Kubernetes CNI, so we're leaving completely the network world. We're going into the world of containers, super duper infrastructures, large scale scaling, and whatnot. And Cilium is mainly thought as a network interface for the Kubernetes world, where your containers connect to the world, or to everything. Now, there is documentation about Cilium supporting NAT64. I haven't been able to pinpoint where it exactly is. And additionally, because all of our infrastructure is IPv6 only on the host level, I wasn't able to test it because Seelium doesn't run on IPv6 only host at the moment. There's a GitHub bug for this, it's referenced there. And I'm in touch with the Seelium developers, so this might be something to be solved. The interesting part is Seelium is based on eBPF. So it's, who of you don't know eBPF, it's actually an in-kernel programming language on the network level. You could say the idea is a bit similar to P4, but in the Linux kernel. So it's a very nice idea. So having a NAT64 solution programmed in eBPF would actually be quite nice. If you actually look at the eBPF source code or at the eBPF documentation, there are hooks in there for the NAT64 translation already. So it's actually quite an interesting path to go down. However, it is more thought to be used inside Kubernetes clusters. So it's not a general purpose NAT64 solution. Nonetheless, you could say you have a Kubernetes pod that takes all your IPv4 traffic, routed in there, and you route it out again of the Kubernetes cluster. Nobody stops you from doing that. So that's also a solution. Then there's something which I personally find brilliantly clean and nice. And I would like to pass your attention just to the pre-formatted lines there in the middle of the slide, where this is typically PF language in OpenBSD. We basically say there's an interface, and if it comes in, you pass it, you accept the traffic, and you actually map from the well-known IPv6 prefix to an IPv4 address. And it's just treated like NAT. Isn't that beautiful? We don't even have a notion of NAT64 here. It's just, well, there's some IP address on this side, some IP address on that side. I really admire this. This is forget the concept of v4, v6, there's just packet translation. It's brilliant. I really like it. I didn't actually have the time to test the speed of this, unfortunately. I'm going to do this after the conference to actually see how fast we can stretch the OpenBSD operating system actually to translate. But from the approach, it's very nice. Just 5 minutes actually before the session, I learned there's also an implementation on FreeBSD in IPFW. Unfortunately, I don't have a slide on this one because I just learned 5 minutes before it, and I wasn't keen on changing everything just before. But there's yet another one on FreeBSD, which is quite interesting to see. It looks like the BSDs are actually in a much more stable or clean state when it comes to NAT64, whereas Linux is a bit hacky-ish, if you want it so. So in a summary, the alternatives that I see at the moment are Tiger, really easy to deploy. If you want to deploy it, just go user space, no special permissions, or you still need to be able to create a TUN device, but no special in-kernel support need besides a TUN device. Then there's YOL, which is working great, and I learned it's also being used here at the conference, not only, but also. Then there's a P4 NAT solution, which works, but hasn't been used in production. And Seelium and the OpenBSD PF solutions, which I haven't tested from the speed. That's it from my side. If people know, and I see how it is, I'm going to microphones, that's great. If you know about more implementations, or if you have other experiences in regard to NAT64, I'm very, very curious to hear. This is basically an opener for everybody doing NAT64. If you have any questions after that, you see the contact details, and then I will hand over to the questions.
All right. Jan?
Thank you. Jan George, 6Connect. Thank you for this. It's very nice. Did you try VPP implementation of NAT64? That is supposed to be very fast.
No, but it's very good to know about this.
Yes, it's FDIO VPP, and it does a pretty good job.
Okay. Thanks a lot. Much appreciated.
Okay. Any other questions? No. Is there one? Oh, there's one on Mitaho.
Whatever. Jordi Palais-Martinez, you know, says there is one more choice for NAT64 VPP. And he has included URLs, so if you want to copy that, you find it in the questions and answers in the Meet Echo.
Thanks a lot.
There's still one at the microphone.
Yes, I will just ask. It's well, the other side of NAT64. Do you know of any CLAT implementation? So well, it's basically the very similar code, possibly for Windows, because that's one of the operating systems that is missing possibly a user space implementation of CLAT.
Full disclosure, I have no clue about Windows, so I'm unfortunately really unable to answer the question.
Thank you.
Okay. No more questions? Okay, thank you, Nico.
Thanks, everyone.
Then last but not least, last presentation, Ondrej Kaletka from RIPE NCC with deploying IPv6 mostly access networks.
Okay, thank you very much. Once again, my name is Ondrej Kaletka. I work for RIPE NCC. I also part of the RIPE meeting tech team. So this is going to be sort of like preliminary tech report because it happens to be that the main network of this meeting is actually IPv6 mostly. So I'm going now to tell you what that actually means, which is, long story short, written as the second title of this presentation. That means IPv6 only and dual stack in one network. First of all, if we are talking about access networks, by access networks I mean networks where end user devices like laptops and phones are connected directly. We don't have many options how to deploy IPv6. The most common and the most usually called best mechanism is called dual stack, which basically means that we take IPv4 that is there and we add IPv6 on top of it. Some people don't even consider it transition mechanism, but it's really just a transition mechanism to get to v6 only, which should be the goal somehow. This is very working. Like there is special algorithm which is like 10 years old called Happy Eyeballs, which is trying to masking potential problems with IPv6 by switching fastly switching to v4 if there are any problems. The biggest issue with this transition mechanism is that it doesn't solve the issue why we deploy v6, and that is that we don't have enough v4 addresses, because we still have to deploy IPv4 addresses, and as number of devices is growing, we have to deploy more and more IPv4 addresses, being their NAT or being their even public addresses. So then we have the other option for the access networks, and that is NAT64. NAT64, out of all those transition mechanism has this nice feature that you can use virtually unmodified end user device, which will run on IPv6 only. It's the bottom part of the connection, and the device will be able to reach IPv4 destinations because there is a translation box doing NAT64 that will make part of the IPv6 space mapped into v4. And with support of DNS64, basically the DNS pretends that every single host name on the internet does have v6 address that is either native v6 or the v6 pointing to this NAT64 space, and therefore your client does not have to be modified and works very well. But there are those small things, like sometimes, for instance, if you type in IPv4 literal into any app, then it will try to connect via v4 and there is no v4, so it will not work. Or you can have some very old software that is programmed how it used to be done in 1980s or 1990s with only IPv4 in mind, so this software would not be able to use v6, and that will therefore not work on this network. And then we have these dual stack servers that are announcing in DNS both v4 and v6 address, but the v6 address is broken. On normal dual stack networks, this is masked by Happy Eyeballs by fastly switching to v4, but in IPv6 only network there's no v4 to fall back, so it's just broken. So because this NAT64 is very popular among mobile operators, actually mobile devices or mobile operating system, that means Android and iOS, are very ready for running on NAT64 networks by several things. Apple has this approach of trying to fixing the problems in the root. So they started by forcing all app developers to support NAT64. And it's since 2016, you cannot upload an application into App Store that would not work well on NAT64. They also developed this Happy eyeballs 2.0, which is sort of like Happy eyeballs, but extended for IPv6 only networks. So it not only fallbacks to IPv4, but it also deals with IPv4 literals or broken IPv6 on dual stack servers. And finally, even though that's the solution they probably didn't want to make, but they actually even implemented the CLAT engine, which is the opposite of NAT64. There's basically a translator that translates v4 into v6 just to be translated to v4 at the other end. So there's basically double translation, which is far from effective, but at the end it fixes the issue, and it's only very small minority of the traffic that is going through this double translation. In Android, they took much more pragmatic approach, and the CLAT is basically the only mitigation solution for everything. So as soon as Android is connected to IPv6 only network with NAT64, the CLAT is set up, so the applications inside Android thinks that the phone has dual stack connectivity. So even if they are use IPv4 literals or old software, it will still work. On desktops, it's a little bit worse, because first of all, the Happy eyeballs 2.0 is only inside Apple, and even on Apple it's only in apps that use high-level APIs like Safari on Mac OS, but not Chrome, for instance, because Chrome is like portable application that use standard Unix APIs. On Windows, there is virtually no CLAT. Well, there is actually CLAT, but it only gets activated when you plug in a USB stick with some mobile modem, some LTE or 5G modem, but not if you connect to Wi-Fi. And on Linux, yeah, there's a package called CLAT-D from Tor Anderson, but that's about it. It's not adopted. And those are the small problems that are like really tiny, but still annoying if you are one of those users that are stuck with v6 only network. So the question here is, can we do somehow IPv6 only and get rid of this dependency on IPv4, at least for some devices, like for the mobiles that are able to do v6 only right now already? And there is an answer for it, and the answer is in RFC 8925, which is sort of strange option for DHCP, for the old DHCP v4 that is used for IPv4 address assignment virtually everywhere. And the option is called IPv6 only preferred. So let's just go through first how this old and ancient DHCP protocol works. So if the device connects to the network, it will send DHCP discover. And in the discover message, it will also ask for parameters that it would like to request from the DHCP server, like default gateway, DNS servers, NTP servers, whatever. On this discover, the DHCP server will, or several DHCP servers will make some offer to this client, offering the client its IPv4 address as well as the parameters that were requested. And if the DHCP client decides that it's a good offer and it would like to use this offer, it will send a message called request, where it confirm, yes, I would really like to have this IP address, this netmask, this gateway, and so on. And at this moment, the DHCP server will make the reservation, commit the reservation into the database, and send acknowledgement. And that's what happens every time you attach a device to a network. And in this case, this RFC makes only one tiny difference, and that's this option number 108 that is here. And basically by requesting option number 108, the client is telling the server that even though I'm requesting IPv4 address, I would be very happy working IPv6 only. And in this case, the server is not configured to do anything, so the server is not going to offer the option 108, and therefore the DHCP transaction continued as usual. In case the server knows that the network that the client is sitting in is IPv6 only capable, it will respond with with option 108 in the offer to the client, and the value of this option 108 would be time for how long the client should turn off their IPv4 stack. So basically, once the client receives this offer, the server just is sending this information in this offer, and the client will go silent after the second step. So the transaction will not get finished. The IP address is not assigned actually, and the client waits for 30 minutes, and then they will start again, whether the situation changed maybe. So DHCP is all about dynamic configuration. So even this aspect of the configuration is dynamic and can change in time. And now I was wondering, like, is this option DHCP 108, because it sounds like a pretty good idea, already deployed? And yeah, the answer that I got in last Stripe meeting was that it is, because it's already on Android, it's already on iOS, and what's even more surprising, it's already on macOS. So those three types of operating systems are now actually doing DHCP discovery with option 108. So they are announcing to the server, DHCP servers, that they are willing to work on v6 only. This is the measurement I made during RIPE 84 in Berlin. I was actually sniffing all DHCP packets throughout the meeting week on the network. And I found out that 2/3 of the devices were actually requesting v6 only. It's a little bit biased by the fact that all RIPE and CC employees have Apple devices, so there are quite a lot of Apple devices. So it seems that devices are ready for this. Networks are a little bit lagging behind. So now let's see whether we can do something about the network. But first of all, I know I mentioned macOS here, and the macOS is a little bit special case, because in case of macOS, you are still free to install whatever software you want. It's not like with iOS, where you can have only install apps from the App Store. You can install even very old software that do IPv4 only, and such software would break if there was no IPv4 and the network was v6 only. And it turns out that Apple actually has solved this by using CLAT. So there is CLAT now in macOS, and it's very well hidden, but it will get turned on if you actually fulfill these two conditions. First of all, the DHCP will respond to this option 108 to turn off v4. And second requirement that is there is also that the NAT64 prefix is shared using root advertisement option that is named Pref64. So basically, there are two things that has to be fulfilled in order to make us to activate the CLAT. What is the Pref64 array option? Well, it's just a way how to carry the information about what kind of NAT64 prefix is used in that particular network. And because before there was this discovery using DNS64 that uses this domain name IPv4 only.arpa, but it had some security considerations, because DNS is not always local, and somebody maybe can do something with the DNS because it's really hard to protect it. So even though this root advertisement option is not secured in any way, it just shares fate with the other configuration parameters. So basically, the idea here is that if somebody can fiddle with your root advertisement, they can do much more worse than just announcing different NAT64 prefix. Yeah, so this is supported by current recent iOS and macOS and Android. So the idea is here maybe you can actually use just NAT64 and Pref64 to set up an IPv6 only network in a way that the Pref64 will activate the CLAT on those devices, and all the IPv4 traffic will go through CLAT, and you don't need DNS 6.4 at all. So DNS would be working as normally. But it seems like this is not the case, because you have to use DNS 6.4 at least for Safari and for iOS, because as soon as Apple device will receive option 108 from DHCP to turn off v4, Safari will refuse to do anything with v4, so it will refuse to use CLAT. Basically, it's the idea is that very likely the Apple people don't like CLAT, despite the fact they deployed it into the device, but they don't like to use it, and they think the DNS 6.4 is less evil than CLAT, so they prefer using DNS 6.4 to fake everything to work over v6 socket than to put everything through CLAT. So the network setup that is IPv6 mostly has to have NAT 6.4, Pref 6.4 option, DNS 6.4, and also IPv4, because there are also other devices like Windows and Linux which will just work on dual stack. But the good thing is the IPv4 pool can be much smaller, because as you saw, 60% of devices are not using the v4 address at all from the pool. So with the number of devices growing all the time, at least this is the situation where the number of assigned IPv4 addresses don't have to necessarily grow. Okay, if you want to run your own network that is IPv6 mostly, you have to do these things with DHCP and with route advertisement. The DHCP option, good news, it's very easy, because there is no special requirement for processing on the DHCP server side. So any DHCP implementation that supports custom options can be used for offering option 108. So it's really not a big issue. The only thing is you always have to have some addresses in pool, because if the pool is depleted, the DHCP server will not respond at all. So then there's no way how to send the message that IPv4 is not necessary if the pool is full. With Pref 6.4, it is much worse, because usually routers have no way to support custom options. That's really something I miss a lot, because we already had this issue when DNS servers were standardized in router advertisements, and your old networking gear had to be updated to support announcing DNS servers in router advertisements. And we are having exactly the same problem again, because now all the routers have to be updated to support this option. This is really unfortunate, and I would really like to see IETF do something about it, and then after IETF vendors as well, of course. However, there are some patches for some software routers. So if you happen to run router advertisement from some software, you can try to look up for those patches. Like in this meeting network, we used patched RADVD for announcing this network prefix. Good thing is, by doing these talks, I actually convinced people to put more patches. So OpenBSD was done by my colleague about 2 weekends ago, after he read my article on this. So this works. Yeah, now there are some surprises with macOS. First of all, is that CLAT setup is actually using ULA address. So basically, it will choose randomly a prefix from out of the prefixes that are announced. And there is no like logic behind it, so this is a little bit strange, but not necessarily harmful if your network has only one prefix like this one in this meeting. Then we have the problems that we have on our help desk also. If you use custom DNS server v4 address, it will not work, because the internal resolver will refuse to use the CLAT. So even though you can ping that address, you can do host, it will work, but you cannot use the resolver itself. So you have to deconfigure your IPv6 DNS servers. That was some issue that people had also in this network. And the worst thing, but fortunately this was also already fixed in macOS that just was released yesterday. When the CLAT was active, the IPv4 via CLAT was actually preferred over IPv6. So more traffic towards dual stack servers went through the double translation instead of going through just natively. But it's already fixed, so this is just like for historical reference. That's basically all from me. So if I want to sum it up, Good thing is that there is just one network to join, so users are not that confused if you don't have other networks like we do here. You don't waste IPv4 addresses for devices that don't need it. And even dual stack plans use only minimum of v4 because DNS6.4 will force everything that is IPv6 capable via NAT6.4. The problem is, of course, it's the most complex network setup because you have both dual stack and NAT6.4. You still need NAT6.4, so maybe if you already have NAT4.4, you replace it with NAT6.4 is not a big advantage. And there are some interoperability problems. Okay, I'm really running out of time, but I have just one more slide, which is just very recent experience from the network that is deployed right here. So good news is still about 60% of devices on the main network are running v6 only, so they don't use v4 at all. We had this biggest issue with DNS servers or even disabled IPv6 on Mac, and if you disable IPv6 and the DHCP v4 will disable IPv4, there's nothing left on your device, so it doesn't work. Some people, we see them on the legacy network, so perhaps some people were too shy to ask for help at the help desk and just connected to other network. The only software that I found that has a problem with this CLAT is Cisco AnyConnect or OpenConnect. It just connects, but the data don't flow. So if there's somebody who is maybe developer of this or can look at it, because I don't really know what's happening there, it would be really nice. And my biggest fear was that printer would not work, but printer prints like a charm on v6 only device, so that's great. That's everything from me. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions in the room?
Lennart Wagner, Individual Network Berlin. First, awesome presentation. And second, do you know since which Android versions Prefix for DHCP option 108 and CLAT are supported?
I'm pretty sure it's all those that are supported by vendors. So it's like maybe, I think version 11 and up. I'm not sure about the older ones, but definitely those.
Okay, thank you.
Michael Richardson, I'm one of the authors of the IPv4 only option. When we wrote the document, I never imagined that people would deploy it on DHCP servers and not change anything like you showed with DNS mask. So it's kind of interesting that that works. You know, we kind of assumed DHCP servers would say, oh, I see this option, and then I wouldn't allocate you an address, and then I wouldn't run out of addresses in the pool. So that's kind of, it's kind of cool that it just works without doing that. As for AnyConnect, so the server at the other end is v4 only, and it's just created a some UDP encapsulated v4 only thing, which of course the local end has no idea what to do with that. It needs, of course, to encapsulate it in a v6 packet to send it. And I bet you the CLAT doesn't help, at least on, maybe it works on Mac OS, but on other things I can't imagine it would work. It's just never going to work until they just make it v6. And honestly, the Cisco people should be embarrassed about that. So thanks.
Thank you very much.
Okay, then we have questions on Meet Echo.
There are two questions. The first question is Veronica McKillop. Which DHCP servers support RFC 8925?
So it's option 108. I'm sure that Kia, the DHCP server from ISC, does have explicit support. But, well, there are basically two modes. As I said, if you are happy with having some pool of addresses that will be empty, it's okay to use any DHCP server because it's just custom option, and the thing that the official supported server will give you is just some bells and whistles that you don't have to put their hex numbers. But there could be also support for a DHCP server that would be only used for network that does not want to use any v4, And in such a case, that should be a special DHCP server that will not offer any v4 address, but just responds to this the query with 108 option. But I'm not aware of any such servers. Even Kia cannot be used like this. If the pool is empty, it will just not respond. So that's something for DHCP server producers that would be like very nice feature, because without DHCP 208, the CL doesn't get activated. That's what we have in the other network here in the meeting.
Okay, I have two more comments. One from Jordi again. It's worth to mention that most of the CLET implementations just use a default net64 prefix, the well-known prefix. This is only a single translation when using. There is only a single translation when using the CLET. Two translations are only needed if there is no DNS64, see data tracker ITF.org, RFC 8683. Even if your network is using NAT64 will work as well. So that's a comment from Jordi, and then there's another comment from Radek Tsajic. I hope I got the name right, pronounced right. Hi, Ondrej, thanks for the presentation. Just a small update on iOS support. The CLET on iOS 16 also works in apps requiring Unix /raw sockets too. For example, Hurricane Electric network tools can ping IPv4 only targets via the CLET.
Okay, so good to know. Yeah, so the CLET is useful even on iOS. That's good to know. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you all for visiting here and being online. Special thanks to the scribe and the RIPE NCC for the technique. And get out of here, it's lunchtime.
So that took some time, but let's get on with it. Welcome everybody to our Right85 Kahoot quiz. This is going to be an extra fast Kahoot quiz because we don't really have much time. My name is Qrator and I'm your quiz master. We are broadcasting today from the RPKI offices in a really dark corner of the offices. It's really, really dark and very scary. But I'm ready to play the game with you. Remember how this goes. When you sign up, remember to put your registration number in your nickname if you want to get the prize. The goal of the quiz is to let you check your knowledge and have some fun. And the topic is IPv6, what you may or may not know. Now, let me explain how to play the game. We have 15 questions, out of which one of them has no points. But the person to answer the right answer in the fastest amount of time gets the most points, etc., etc., etc. At the end of the game, the person with the most points wins the game and gets, of course, a prize. So I'm going to wait just a minute more before starting with the quiz. We are a little bit late. Sorry about that. And I'm going to count to 3. 1, 2, 3. Let's start. You can always join later. So this is a Kahoot by Ripe. And it is about IPv6, what you may or may not know. So, question number 1. The process to check if an address is already in use on a link is called what? Duplicate address detection, denied address detection, duplicate address determination, or duplicate analog detection?
Oh, here comes trouble.
Yeah, that's a difficult one. And the right answer is, of course, duplicate address detection. Did I tell you that there's only 10 seconds per question? No, I didn't tell you, but now you know. Raf at the front, Helot 197, RST Thinker, and ta-da. On to the next question. What is the well-known prefix used for NAT64? Don't be a turkey. Choose the right answer. Is it 64? Is it 64? Is it FE80? Or is it 2001? One of these 4 prefixes is the well-known prefixes. And it's the first one, 64FF9B, /96. This is what you use to configure on NAT64. Oh, no! No. Thinker taking the lead. Data, RSC 537, and Helot 197. Next question. This is multi-select, means you can have many answers, and this has no points. Which of these IPv6 address is the cleverest? Is it the FD00, that's a good goat? Is it 2600? Or is it 2001 420 80 1C 15C dog food, or 2001 DB8 ice baby? Choose which one you think is the most clever. There are no points here. And apparently we have a tie between 2600 and 2001 ice baby, coming in with that's a good goat. Thinker still at the front, Theta, RSC 537, and Helot. Next question. An attacker can use IPv6 extension headers for what? Configuring wrong IPv6 address, destination resource consumption, not sending last fragment, sending wrong routing information, or configuring a wrong DNS server in the host. Yes, an attacker can do one of these things. And the right answer is destination resource consumption, not sending last fragment. And that's what you would use an extension header for. Let's see the scoreboard. RSC taking the lead, Thinker, Helot, Theta, and RST. Next question. Which NDP message is used in a bogus address configuration prefix attack? Is it RA, is it NA, is it RS, or is it the NS? Don't be a donkey, choose the right answer. It is the router advertisement. That's what you can use if you're an attacker and to create a bogus address configuration prefix attack. Scored Z, RSC, front, Thinker, Helot, and G318. Next question.
Good luck.
You'll need it. Which status can be used for registering a group of assignments? So is it aggregated by RIR? Is it allocated by RIR? Is it allocated by LIR? Or is it aggregated by LIR? One of these statuses is, and it's right, aggregated by LIR. Aggregated by RIR does not exist, people. Nah, let's check the scoreboard. G318 still at the front, Helot, RSC, RST, and Theta. And I said still at the front, but no, G318 is just now at the front. REGARD will drop any rogue what messages? Will drop any router advertisement, neighbor advertisement, router solicitation, or neighbor solicitation. This is an easy one. And if you got it wrong, it's because you were pressing random buttons. But it's the router advertisement. REGARD will stop any rogue RA messages. RSC at the front, G318 Thinker, MD 12637, and RST. Let's go on to question number 8.
Are you crazy?
Almost there. Which of the following fields in the IPv6 header is new to IPv6 and does not exist in the IPv4 header? So is it the version? Is it the flag? Is it the flow label? Is it the traffic class? One of these 4 is not in IPv4, and it's the flow label. All the other ones do exist in the IPv4 header. Well done to those that answered correctly. MD12637 at the front, Thinker, G318, RST, and 537. Question number 9. Which IPv6 extension header is imaginary? I made it up. Is it the Shimmy6? Is it the Hop? Is it the host identity protocol? Or is it the routing header? Yes, the Shimmy6. I made that up. It does not exist. Maybe one day if I present it at the ETF. MD12637 at the front, Thinker, G318, RST, and 537. Question number 10. Which of the following transition mechanisms uses a translation mechanism? Oh, no! Is it DSLite? Is it dual stack? Is it MAPI? Or is it 464X/LAS? So one of these transition mechanisms uses the translation technique. And it is, of course, 464X/LAS. The other ones do all tunneling. Very well. Thinker at the front, MD12, and I won't say the number, RSC, hello there, and CGR331. On to question number 11. The ICMPv6 type value for echo reply is 56, 1, 122, or 128. So which one is the type value for echo reply? And if you knew that it was 128, then you got it right, like these 70 people who got it right. Thinker still at the front, MD12637, RSC, hello there, and RST. What does the PD suffix and DHCP6 PD mean? Does it mean prefix delegation? Does it mean Panama delegation? Does it mean proper delegation? Or does it mean prefix determination? Oh, no! So one of these is, of course, prefix delegation. And DHCP6, PV6, PD means prefix delegation. Scoreboard is Thinker still at the front, MD, RSC, hello there, and CGR331. Question number 13. Yes, we got up to 13. Which prefix is used for creating unique local addresses? It says FD00/8. It says FF00:/8. It says FE0. Oh, yeah, and it's wrongly written there. Sorry, it was FD00:/8. That's the prefix that you use for creating unique local addresses. FE80:/8 is not really a prefix that is standardized, and it would be for link local addresses. On to question, no, nothing. We're going to go to the scoreboard first. Thinker at the front, MD, RSC, and hello there. Hello, Turkey. Question number 14. Which of these are valid IPv6 addresses? So which of these? There are 4, and there are only 2 which are valid IPv6 addresses. Is this the one FF02, FE80, 2001, or 2001? And that is right. FF02:1:0:1122 is a valid IPv6 address. 2001 D2D73, that one, the green one, that is a valid one, but the other ones are not because they have errors. One of them has a Z and the other one has twice double compression. I bet you didn't see that. Neither did the cow. Thinker still at the front, MD, RSC, RST, and GGR. Then last question, but not the least. What's the smallest IPv6 allocation size you can receive from the RIPE NCC? Is it a /36? Is it a /32? Is it a /48? Or is it a /29? And notice the wording. The word is, what is the smallest IPv6 allocation size you can get from the RIPE NCC? And it is a /32. /48 is the smallest PI assignment size. I think it's time you went to an LAR training course. Let's see what the podium says. In place number 3, we have MD12637. Thinker in place number 2. And in place number 1, we have RSC 357. Now, congratulations. Runners up, RST and TETA. Now, remember to claim your prize, talk to the meeting organization, and yeah, have fun. Thank you, everybody, for playing. We hope you had some fun and learned something new. Keep enjoying RIPE 85, and remember, a day where you did not learn something is a day lost.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is RIPE 85. That's a good start. I'm not really confused because I've got two different screens showing two different things. Oh, there we go. So this is your favorite working group, as always. This is your most favorite working group. It's the NCC Services Working Group. Thank you, thank you, thank you. One day I will make a new animation. Before we start though, this is the reminder that directly after this, the NCC Services Working Group, well, actually directly after this, we technically have a break. So, and if you ask too many questions, we don't have a break. But after that, we have the general meeting. And if you're registered for the general meeting and you haven't yet went outside and got your little GM sticker that you need to enter, now is the time to go to the registration desk and get your GM sticker. And the other more formal part is that there is the operational update from Filip in a little bit, and that's considered as included in the GM once that starts. So with that preamble, the agenda, we're going to start with the welcome, which we're doing at the moment, and then we have the agenda as announced earlier in the week, and then we're also going to go through the chair selection for this time, open microphone, and then, as I said, hopefully we'll move on to a break. On the admin matters, welcome again. We have a scribe, I presume. Yes, okay, good. Good, we have a scribe. Thank you, NCC, for providing a scribe. And then we just done the agenda, and the minutes of the last working group meeting at RIPE 84 was published on the 16th of October to the mailing list, and we have received no comments either on or offline, so I presume they can be considered approved. Done. With that, I have done the intro, and I'm going to hand over. Oh, and I forgot to say that I'm Curtis Lindquist. I'm the chair, one of the chairs. I got two co-chairs, Bijal Sangani and Rob Evans, who can't be here this time, so you only get me. And with that, we're going to go on to the first agenda item, which is the operation update by Filip.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Filip. I'm the Chief Operations Officer at the RIPE NCC, and this is the RIPE NCC operational update. I'd like to start by discussing service levels and what we're doing to improve in this area. So our main objective here is to deliver world-class services to our members. We define that through three different key results. The first two ones are related to membership satisfaction, so it's the NPS score and the customer effort score. I'm going to go into the details in a bit. And also that we respond to all tickets within one business day. So first, I would like to start sharing some information about resource updates tickets over time. So this kind of tickets include things like transfers, mergers and acquisitions, sponsorship changes, and so on. And there are a couple of points that I'd like to highlight here. The first one is a consolidation of a trend that we have been observing since the beginning of the year of the reduction in this number of tickets. It's a bit hard to see on the slides, but it's the gray line, so that's 2022. And you can see that they're kind of going back to levels that we have seen a couple of years ago, back in 2019. The second point that I'd like to highlight is this peak, is the peak in the number of this kind of requests by the end of the year. So you can see on the blue line, supposed to be green, but it's blue, and the purple one, you see like their peaks by the end of the year. And this trend should not happen this year again. And the main reason is that we didn't hand over many /24s a couple of years ago. So there will not be a lot of address space eligible for transfers by the end of the year. So now to switch topics to the Net Promoter Score. So that's one of the metrics that you use to measure the membership satisfaction. So the question that we ask, so we ask to send these surveys when you close a ticket, and then we ask this question to our members. So how likely are you to speak highly of the RIPE-NCC to your friends and colleagues? The results go from 0 to 10. 0, you highly disagree with this statement. 10, you highly agree. And in the industry, it's considered that 9 and 10 are considered promoters. From 0 to 6 are considered detractors. And then you calculate the score by subtracting the percentage of detractors from the percentage of promoters. In other words, if you have a score 0, you have the same percentage, promoters and detractors. If you have negative score, it means that you have more detractors than promoters. So anything above 0 is considered a good score. Anything above 50 is considered an excellent score. And anything above 80 is considered world class. So that's our target. We're aiming quite high at a score of 80 or higher than that. We're not there yet, but we have a pretty good score of 67.7. So that's based on the score from Q3 and based on 350 responses. So now going to the next metric, which is customer effort score. So the question that we ask here is, to what extent do you agree or disagree with this statement? The RIPE-NCC made it easy to handle my issue. So scores go from 1 to 7. 1, you highly disagree with this statement. 7, you highly agree with this statement. So the higher, the better. And our target is higher than 6.5. So we're pretty ambitious here as well. For registry update and member update tickets, we're meeting that target. So it's 6.5 or 6.6. It's a pretty high score. So that includes data from Q3 and also a little bit from Q2 as well. We're not quite there yet for new LAR and billing. And especially for billing, we're going through the results of the survey, identifying the main complaints from our members. And we have a project in place in order to improve there. So the next metric I would like to highlight is the percentage of tickets responded within 1 day. So our target here is to respond to all of them, but we can also be a bit forgiving and accept that, okay, if it's up to 90%, that's considered okay. We didn't meet that target back in March, and that was mostly related to the war in Ukraine, where we received a high number of messages, mostly from LARs in Ukraine, asking questions about their invoices. So we didn't have the manpower to handle that ticket workload. We had some hiccups back in July, mostly related to the holiday seasons, had a lot of people off, plus people are getting ill, so we didn't manage to meet the target there as well. And after that, the situation is pretty normalized. There are some differences between the teams. Some teams are meeting the target better than others, so also look into ways to better distribute their workload so you can fix that. Just to summarize the first part of my presentation, the average number of tickets is being reduced when you compare to previous years, and that's allowing us to focus more on service quality and also on the accuracy of the registry, and that will be the next topic of my presentation today. Second, the service quality, when you use those metrics, NPS and customer effort score, are at excellent levels. We have identified some issues though in billing tickets, and there's a project in place in order to improve there. And finally, there are some bumps in our ability to deal with tickets, with all tickets, and these are normally concentrated in specific times and areas. Like, for example, billing tickets at the beginning of the year around February and March, right after we do the invoicing for the member services team. So I look into ways to better distribute the workload so we can cope with that. Now, for the second part of my presentation, registry accuracy and compliance. So our objective here is to ensure a highly accurate and compliant registry. So we have 5 different key results. The first 2 are about verifying all members and end users every 5 years. The third one is completing at least 200 ARCs per month. And finally, the percentage of members with inaccurate data that you find during ARCs to be less than 1%. I'm going to explain each one of these metrics now. So the first metric is about the percentage of members verified. So the idea here is that every time we process a registry update, like for example, a transfer, an M&A, we do an ARC with a member, we verify their information against an official source. So we know for sure that at that specific point in time, the information in the registry is accurate. So at that point, you put a timestamp in that record, and then you basically measure the information in the registry. So that's basically the result of this measurement. The first time we identified a quarter of our members with more than 5 years old registration information. And we have been focusing on those, mostly doing our ARCs. So we managed to reduce that by half, approximately. So now about end users. The first time we ran this measurement, we identified that half of our end users had older registration information. And there we had to do a one-off project where we used stamps, and then we verified all the information for the end users. And then we managed to do a huge improvement. So we reduced this number of members, members with older registration information by almost 5-fold. So this is how we aim to improve the accuracy of the registry. So we aim to complete as many ARCs as possible. For the ones of you who are not familiar with it, an ARC stands for Assisted Registry Check, is an audit activity that have the aim of ensuring quality registry data. And we also aim to provide a good understanding of our services. We can see here in this chart that by the end of last year, we had to reduce significantly the amount of ARCs that we're providing to our members. And that was due to the very high workload that you experienced end of last year. So since then, we have managed to put more people working on ARCs, and we're almost restoring the numbers that we had in the past. So we're doing about 200, more than 200 ARCs per month. So now I'd like to introduce a new metric that we have been using to measure the accuracy of the registry. So every time we audit a member, as I explained before, we verify their information against official sources, like for example, online registries. And sometimes it turns out that the information that we have about our member, so the information about the company, about their companies in the registry turns out to be incorrect. Like for example, a member went into a merger and acquisition, and we didn't know about that. So we start collecting this data in August. So we don't have a lot of data yet. We're aiming to, of course, over time we're going to get more. But then overall, we have 440 ARCs performed so far with this data. And then we found 2 members went through a merger and acquisition, and 2 members were closed companies. So I had an inaccuracy of about 1%. Oh, sorry. So one question is, how can we improve in this data? So to give a little bit of background, we use Dun & Bradstreet and Dow Jones as tools to ensure our European Union sanction compliance. So Dun & Bradstreet and Dow Jones, they have information about all the different companies. And every time a company is added to the sanction list, we receive a notification from them, and then we start an investigation. So the idea here is that we use the same tooling to also monitor against changes in the legal structure of our members. So for example, a member goes into liquidation, we receive a notification from Dun and Bradstreet, and then we start an investigation about that. And the idea behind this is that by processing these changes proactively, we avoid these often painful and slow updates in the future. So think about a company that went into a merger and acquisition like 10 years ago, and today they request a transfer. It might take a very long time for us to be able to go back through the chain of holdership and then be sure about who is the legitimate holder of those resources. And these are often these long-standing tickets that can be very painful for our members and also for the RIPE NCC. So yeah, this is a chart basically explaining what I just said. So Dun & Bradstreet have information about our members. Something changes in the legal structure of our members, we receive a notification. So this process is fully automated. A ticket to be created in Zendesk. It's going to be assigned to the right queue. And then an agent will pick up this ticket and we start the investigation. So go into online registries, we check what's the right state for that member. And then depending if the registry is not accurate, we're going to trigger a process with the member and we're going to update the registry. So now let's change topics and talk about our sanction transparency report. So that's a quarterly report that we provide, including data from our members and users and legacy resource holders, so how they're affected by sanctions without violating their confidentiality and privacy. So I included a link here, the link to the last version of the report. Yeah, I would like to highlight the main differences compared to the last report. So on the 13th of May, we have frozen an end user from Russia. And then on the 26th of July, we have frozen a member from Russia. And then on the 17th of October, we frozen a member from Georgia and another member from Russia. And here we can see all the different details about that. On top of that, we have a very large number of potential matches that require manual investigation by the RIPE NCC. So I was explaining before about Dun & Bradstreet and Dow Jones. So we receive a lot of alerts from them, and that triggered an investigation by the legal team and by the RS team. And because there is no grace period allowed for sanction compliance, we must treat all these potential cases as though they're sanctioned until we can prove otherwise. So the last version of the report, we have 932 alerts in total. We have managed to clear 372 of those as false positives, or that the sanctions are not applicable to the RIPE NCC. And then the total number of cases that we have confirmed as their sanction indeed went from 4 to 8. So to summarize, we have hard metrics and targets on how to measure the accuracy of the registry. In order to improve on those, we're aiming for 2 strategies. The first one is to increase the number of ARCs in order to verify all members every 5 years. The second strategy is that we automatically monitor changes in the legal structure of our members by leveraging data from Dun & Bradstreet. And our ultimate goal here is to ensure quality registry data. And finally, ensuring sanction compliance remain one of our key focus areas. So now I'm going to go to the last part of my presentation. So it's about software engineering. So our objective here is to operate highly available, resilient, and secure software services. We have 4 key results. First one is to ensure an uptime for critical services higher than 4 nines. Second is that all issues that we found during the red team testing have been mitigated. I'm going to explain more about that in a bit. Third, that we increase the security and resiliency of the RIPE NCC access, so our SSO. And finally, that ISA 3000 control framework audit is delivered. So start with the RIPE NCC access modernization. We have been working on alternatives to address the different issues on our SSO. I have reported more about that in RIPE 84, in case you're curious about it. And it boils down to replacing Atlassian Crowd as a third-party engine that we're using currently, and also providing a ground-up rewrite of our homegrown layer that we have built on top of it. We have performed an extensive product selection, and unfortunately, all the cloud alternatives had to be ruled out. And the main reason for that was that our preferred candidate decided to stop providing services in some countries within our service region. And that's due to what I would consider an over strict interpretation of sanction regulations. And there is a risk that the other providers might decide to do the same. So it's a risk that we're not willing to take. So now we're assessing an open source solution. It's called a Keycloak. And the timelines for this project, unfortunately, had to be shifted. We're originally planning to deploy this by the end of the year, early next year. Now we're looking more towards Q1, more likely Q2 2023. Now let's talk about red team testing. So that's a nice exercise that we did for RPKI. For the ones of you who are not familiar with it, red team testing is when you have a third party, so it's an external team that has an objective. And in this case, the objective was to get access to our RPKI production environment. And to do this exercise, they can do many different things. Like they can try to get physical access to the RIPE&C office. They can send phishing emails. They can do social engineering, external attacks, and so on. And this was a serious exercise. So we spent an amount of 3 months in total. So that's above what you normally see in the industry. So ultimately, the red team was unable to gain access to our systems using the conventional methods. I'm going to explain a bit in a bit. So the report was delivered 2 weeks ago. There is a strong perimeter, so it means that the external part of our security is quite good. There's good security awareness, which means that the issues were reported to the security team. And we have detected a physical security breach. So once we run what we call the assumed compromise scenario, so basically handed them over a laptop with access to our VPN, then they're able to complete the assignment. So then basically they got access to the RPKI production environment. So there was a list of vulnerabilities that they have reported. We're categorizing those, prioritizing those, and then making sure that they get fixed. So once we close at least a high level, the top priority of vulnerabilities, we're going to disclose more details from this report. I cannot promise I'm going to disclose the report itself because it involves negotiation with the party that ran the red team testing. Now let's talk about publishing parent. So this is a new functionality for RPKI that's intended for people who run their own CA, so what we call a delegated RPKI. And they decide to publish, well, they can publish their objects in the RIPE&C repositories instead of maintaining their own repositories. So that's called the hybrid RPKI. Also like to take this opportunity to thank you all for the input provided in the routing working group. That's very useful for us to understand the specifications of the service. We plan to deploy this new functionality to our members and eligible resource holders over the next few weeks. So to summarize, and you can see that this is my last slide, security and resiliency are a top priority for our software services. The modernization of the RIPE&C access is taking longer than expected due to the unsuitability of the cloud solutions that we have assessed so far. However, we do expect that the new solution will be more robust if you consider the delicate geopolitical situation in our service region. And finally, there is a new service being launched for RPKI, publishing parent, and we very much look forward to your feedback about it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions?
Hi, my name is Farzan Abadi. I was wondering what were the criteria for selection of these audit companies that you work with for providing sanction lists and
yeah, it's a good question. I have to check with the InfoSec team. I cannot give the answer.
that would be great. Thank you.
Yeah, I can get back to you. Rudiger?
I wonder about the security work. In a presentation a year ago at the meeting here, someone was reporting really bad security for the RIRs and in particular for the RIPE NCC. Conclusions: resource databases are poorly protected, attacks against accounts are practical, fixes exist but are not enforced. Just for the, I wonder whether kind of an a review of that report has been done and secured that things are not as reported or have been fixed.
To be honest, I would have to look in the details. I cannot remember off the top of my head.
Well, okay, look for the keyword Athene in German. That's from a security group in Darmstadt. And kind of, it would not be completely surprising if the alarms raised by that report are not really to be taken serious. But kind of, it would be obviously a bad thing for the NCC if problems are publicly reported this way and not taken into account and checked.
I'll get back to you, Rudiger.
We can do this offline, but if anybody has that report in detail, I would very much like to, don't show it to me now, but send it to me. Because when this was released, it was not public. And it was created a sort of an assumption that there is something here, and I will tell you later. And that's not the proper way to release the security flaws, right? We do have responsible disclosure, and please, if you find something, use our responsible disclosure program. I just want to say that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Maybe you can argue outside. Okay, thank you, Filip. I think that was good. Oh, sorry. Oh, was questions in the Q&A? Sorry. No, okay. Yes, please. Sorry. Sorry.
So the first one is from Ondrej Filipenko from the Ministry of Justice of Ukraine. It says, "Dear RIPE, please consider stricter due diligence procedure to find and freeze EU-sanctioned DPR and LPR users of RIPE's IP addresses. Ukrainian government already provided you with that list, and those entities are direct authorities of terrorist organizations. If needed, please do manual check of connected entities as well."
So it's more like a statement, not a question, right? What I can say is that we're already performing stricter due diligence checks for transfer from distressed regions, but Athena is going to give more details in her presentation now.
Okay, there's a second one from Sergei Miasudov from the NetArt group. Were any IPs recovered after LAR's end users have been found sanctioned in 2022? If yes, how many?
They're not recovered, they're frozen, and that's basically included in the sanction transparency report. And you can see all the list there.
Okay, and then a final one from Sergei Kus, IP transferring from Ukraine. And he says, "Hi everyone, I represent Internet Express from Ukraine, registry ID UA Express. I agree the solution of temporary frozen any IP transferring from Ukraine, including distressed territory." Was a statement, I guess. All right, that's it.
Okay, thank you. And sorry for missing them initially, but no, thank you, Filip. That was a third applause of the day. can't promise coming speakers you get 3 applauses, but anyway. Next up is Fergal from the RIPE NCC to talk about the outreach, expanding the outreach. I just want to say one thing before that I forgot to say when I started talking about me being the only working group chair here is I actually have an assistant for this time, which is Brian Nisbet. So thank you, Brian, for stepping in to help me in this session as well. So anyway, Fergal, thank you.
Thank you, Curtis. Yeah, I'm Fergal Cunningham from the RIPE NCC. I'm the head of membership engagement, and I'm going to talk about a topic that's dear to my heart. It's breaking down barriers to engagement, and I think this should be an important one for you guys as well. So just to start off, what am I talking about when I say engagement? I'm pretty much talking about everything we do as the NCC to talk to you people about our services and activities, everyone. And everything we do to allow you to talk to each other. I'm talking about our channels, our platforms, and the content we put on those platforms. And really what I'm talking about here is people talking to other people and the mechanisms that allow that to happen. And I think one important thing is my focus here is on people. I know we have members and we have community and we have different groups within the community, etc. But my focus is generally on people and getting people to talk to each other. Why is it important? Well, we need dialogues. If we don't get them, we don't know if we're developing our services and carrying out our activities as people want us to do them. It's really important that we hear from people. And if we get that, it helps people to trust us, which is a core thing for the RIPE NCC. And it also helps us to deal with complex issues. And there seem to be quite a few at the moment. I think the next presentation from Atina has been mentioned. We've seen that from dialogues in our community and membership, which is really great, and we're really eager to take part in those. But I believe our people need dialogues too. If you want to have a thriving membership, if you want to have a vibrant community, we need to have those dialogues, and we need to be able to accommodate them. And I think everything about RIPE and the NCC has emerged from this idea. So we have collaboration, we have discussion, we share ideas, we arrive at consensus when necessary. And I believe these dialogues should be open to pretty much everyone. And what are the barriers that I see? This is not an exhaustive list. I believe there's lots more we could put in, but some of the main ones is lack of understanding and awareness, maybe from people who are newer into this environment. It's hard to engage when you don't understand or you're not aware of what's going on. There are a lot of different preferences. People are very protective of their preferences and saying this is how it should be, but we have a lot of preferences on how people should send and receive communications. Accessibility is something we don't talk about too often, but it's something I'm going to mention later. And maybe there's a lack of interest in some of the topics that are going out there. I don't know. I do hear quite often that people are reluctant to put themselves out into broader communication because there's fear of criticism, there's fear of being having their ideas shot down, and that can lead to some reluctance to engage. And there may be some confusion on how to engage and where. A big one is also on experience. Shared experience is important in this. And we do have lots of different experiences, cultures, backgrounds, languages, interests, and those differences can make dialogues difficult. But this is what we're doing at the moment to try and break down barriers. We've been doing quite a bit over the last year or two. Our content delivery. So during the pandemic, we got quite lucky. We decided just before the pandemic started to build a media room in our Amsterdam offices. We were really worried about where we'd find space for that, but that turned out not to be a problem because of COVID. And we're now using this on a daily basis. And this is allowing us to do a lot of stuff and put out a lot of really great content. We're doing podcasts with staff and community. We're putting out videos, which I really like, from people who are developing the services. So for instance, last week we put out videos on how to troubleshoot Atlas probes. And it's not someone like me, someone in comms who's standing up there talking about our services. It's someone who's actually engaged in creating those services. And I think that's really important. We're doing better webinars. We're doing more webinars. We've got better videos from our trainers. And all this coincided a little bit with the launch of our new RIPE Labs, which is a really nice hub for lots of interesting content. Here's a podcast going on right now. I like this picture because we have our old RIPE Labs editor, who has now moved on to be our RIPE chair. And our new Ripe Labs editor, Alan, I think he's done about 8 podcasts at this stage on a lot of topics, including with Miriam. They're really great. It's like a 40-minute deep dive into topics. And yeah, there's a lot to discuss in there. And it's a really good space. I don't think we've had space for that type of dialogue in the past. So I'm really happy to see those. And this is Anastasia from Comms, who's piloting Pedro delivering a webinar or creating training content. I can't tell you what a boon this has been for us. And languages, yeah. So just, we're now providing a languages wiki. We're covering 6 languages on 8 RIPE NCC based topics. I actually presented on this at RIPE 81 to get feedback from everybody on whether we should do this in the first place, and if so, how. So we had a reasonable budget for this. It can get quite expensive. We kept it low. So we have a wiki. We have some really good content on there that can help build knowledge among our membership in particular. And I'm hoping this will be really useful for staff who can help people who are trying to find out a lot of stuff in tickets. They can point them to information in their own languages. I think that's going to be great. We had a lot of reasons for choosing the 6 languages we did. Some cover broad regions, some cover large countries with big members that we don't hear from very often. And there's a couple that our staff said it would be really useful if you provided content in these languages because we get a lot of requests for that. So that's why we chose them. And we think this is a really good basis. And we're going to go from here. If you have ideas, please talk to me. There's information on how to contact us on the wiki. We have people who are offering to translate in other languages and people who are suggesting new content. So we'd like to hear from you on that. The RIPE NCC forum, we launched this last week. It's already kicked off. I won't be shy. I love this. I think it's great. It gives us a whole new means of communicating. As you can see here, it's already up and running. And what I love about it is the variation in topics. We have stuff from one of our executive board posted about running at RIPE 85. That's been popular. But we also have stuff like DNS encryption issues. We have stuff like how are we going to create a new measurements course, and people are coming in with feedback. We're using Discourse for this. It's open source. It works over IPv6. If you're familiar with Nanog, they're using it too. The Python community, lots of other technical communities are using it. And we moderate it in line with the RIPE Code of Conduct. It's a trust-based system. So if you're a user, you can flag content that you don't like. You might think it's spam. You might think it's offensive. I'm finding this brilliant. There's one user who keeps flagging spam and stuff like this, and I get notified, and I say, yes, he's right, and then he gets a message saying, thank you for notifying this. It's beautiful. User-based moderation. I like it. Anyone with an email address can sign up and participate. You don't have to be a member of the RIPE NCC. You just have to have an interest in topics related to our community and the NCC. And it's intended to add a new and inclusive way for people to talk about us and each other. We hope that the topics and the conversations are the most important thing, rather than categorizing people or forcing them into channels and making it difficult to figure out where they need to have conversations. If you have something interesting or you want to talk, go to the forum, it'll be great. But an important point is it's not intended to replace any existing communication channels. We're quite happy to add something. We're not trying to take something away or replace something. And on that note, we're Mailman 3. We'll be upgrading to Mailman 3. We're currently using Mailman 2. And we've already started this internally, and we'll be pushing it out to the rest of our mailing list probably next year. And we'll let you guys know when we're doing that. The idea with Mailman 3 is it's faster, it's more secure, it's easier to use for people on the back end as well, for moderators. The interface is a big improvement, and you get better viewing options such as threads, and it has much better archiving. We currently have a RIPE forum, and that's, I know it's a bit confusing, but that's not the forum I just talked about. This one is a read-only interface to our archive messages, and we plan to remove this when Mailman 3 is complete because it basically replicates that function. This is a big project we're engaged with too. We're completely overhauling RIPE.net, and that includes everything on the back end and everything on the front end. It's a huge project. We're changing the CMS from Plone to Wagtail, which is also Python based. It's open source, And we've used it before for RIPE Labs, so we're nicely familiar with how to use this internally. This new design is going to allow better accessibility. We're looking at the web content accessibility guidelines from W3C. This is an important thing. A lot of people have accessibility issues, probably way more than you would think. And we need to focus on this a bit. So that's going to be something we're doing from now on. The design, we'll talk to people, we'll do usability studies, we'll talk to the community and the members. We're not going to do this in a vacuum. And for things like the languages wiki, this is great because once we have the new CMS, we can start bringing that back into RIPE.net. And finally on this one, an important thing is that Miriam and Neil have been talking to me a lot about giving the RIPE community a better presence on RIPE.net. Maybe we're all fine, but for newer people, there's often confusion. What's RIPE NCC? What's RIPE? And we want to give RIPE a much better and clearer identity and presence on RIPE.net. So Miriam will leave me alone if this happens. So I'm really looking forward to that happening. But as we add stuff, we think about taking away stuff or changing stuff. We have the networking app here, and people use it to book meetings with each other at events like this. Now, we've seen usage go down quite a lot since we started using MeetEcho, basically, because people can just send messages in MeetEcho, and that seems to have taken some of the load. The networking app is English only, so when we go to places like Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan this year, an English-only app is fine, but it's not great for locals, and we really do want to look at better options. So Oliver is here. He's our web services manager. He's over. Do you want to stand up, Oliver, for just a second? Please talk to Oliver about this. Yeah, well done, Oliver. Talk to him about this. Talk to him about the web developments that I just talked about before. He'd love to hear from you. And also engaging content. So this is something that's really important to us. If you're going to engage, you need something to engage about. A big thing for us is our quarterly plans. We started doing this last year. We detail all the upcoming work from our development teams, and we now just do this for 9 development teams in the NCC. Input on these are great. We don't get much feedback on them. We generally take that to think these plans are fine, but we'd love to hear, especially someone saying, we think these plans are good. We like what you're doing, because that really helps our development teams know they're on the right track. So sure, please tell us where things are wrong or where you want us to change things, but do tell us if you think you're on the right track. I mentioned RIPE Labs, that's a great source, but all the stuff we put out on RIPE Labs, our development plans, our emails, whatever, please see that as an invitation to talk. That's what all our communications is, and we really welcome it. These are the list of services we do quarterly planning on. It covers everything pretty much. Some final thoughts. These are the members we have now. It's not just members we want to engage with, but this is a nice thing to think about. And when I think about shared experience, I think about the different shared experience different members have. So this is a pretty arbitrary line I put in from September 2012 when we hit the last /8. I could have done it for a lot of different things, but I tend to believe, having worked in the NCC for a long time, that the 5,696 have a different experience from a lot of the people in the 14,500. They were dealing with complex policy development back then that maybe newer people haven't seen. They have more experience dealing with the community and how to do things, and they're more experienced operators. People in the previous one might be in more senior positions and want to talk to other people in senior positions. So I feel a barrier there. And I think trying to force people together too much is difficult sometimes. I think it's something we should aim at, but we should also allow people to think about connecting with people in their own groups, people who have common interests, and things like the forum do that, and things like languages that build knowledge and awareness can help break down that barrier. I think that's important. This is kind of a last one. This is how I look at engagement a little bit. We have different media, we have different levels of complexity and different audience sizes. So when you see us putting out tweets that you're not interested in, that's fine. It's covering a really broad audience, and we need to get those people to become more comfortable with complex material. And equally, we need to put out the complex material, the technical reports. We don't expect tens of thousands of people to get into this, but we do need to cater for that. That's what our community is about. It's about getting into the nuts and bolts of the internet. So that's what we're trying to cover. Both of those triangles, you can think about where you are on that triangle, but we're trying to cover you all. My last thoughts, not everything is for everyone. We all know that, but maybe sometimes we forget it. And what we really want to do is create a culture where dialogue is normal about everything. Inclusion is a key concept. We want more people, more ideas, more discussions, maybe more fun. I think a lot of people come here to have important discussions, but also have fun. We'd like to see that spread out a little bit. And in the end, what makes that all happen is you engaging. I have a slide here on the survey. In 2019, we got a lot of engagement and we did a lot of nice things. Please check that link. And rather than a question slide, I have a normal NCC question slide, and I have some useful links. But these are questions I have for you. If you don't have time to ask them now, or you want to think about them, do so. Come find me and tell me what you think. But otherwise, that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions for Fergal?
Hi, Desiree Milosevic with Internet Society Serbia. Thank you for all this good content and the work that you've been doing. I really like the new set of RIPE Lab articles. It's really very, very helpful for the working group chairs as well to have all these activities reported. But since you mentioned the survey of 2019, do you have any plans to do another survey since we had COVID and such a long time?
Yeah, thanks, Desiree. And Desiree has worked with us on previous surveys in the past. She's been great. Yeah, we're planning to do one next year. I have a colleague here, Ilke Ilhan, who's actually here with the express purpose of talking to a lot of people to find out what are the main issues among our membership and community that we might plug into the survey. Please talk to her if you can, but we're planning to put it out at the next RIPE meeting and get the results this time next year.
Leonard Wagner, Individual Network Berlin. At the moment, I'm not aware of a way to easily search the recording archives across different meetings, because you need to go to the specific meeting website, and yeah, it's YouTube. Maybe it would be a cool option to have a PeerTube instance or something, which is connected to the Fediverse, and to upload the videos on one specific PeerTube instance, so that everything is in one place, just as a recommendation.
No, and thanks for that. And I can see my web services manager nodding his head there sagely, so I think he's happy to get that. Something I find as well, and I find our RIPE meeting content is a huge untapped source of interesting stuff that we don't put out well enough. So I think that's a really good comment. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you, Fergal. I was running off the stage. So next up we have Athena to talk about updates to the registry from distressed areas. And I also do know that there is, for those of you on MeetEcho, there's one unanswered question on MeetEcho from Filip's session, but it's actually relating to what Athena is about to present. So we'll let Athena present and we'll come back to the questions. We haven't forgotten about it.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Athena Fragouli, and I'm the Chief Legal Officer of the RIPE NCC. I'm here to discuss an issue that has been brought up already a couple of times during this week. So this is the concern we have. Let's frame it as it is. The concern has to do with updates to the registry or requests for transfer, for example, that are questionable. The legitimacy is questionable because they come from areas that have particular circumstances. And to be frank, there are doubts of the legitimacy of registries because people are afraid that certain requests have been submitted under threat, for example. This is something that we want to see in a broader sense not only for Ukraine, although yes, the war in Ukraine was the reason this was brought up, because within our service region, there are other countries that are affected by war and conflict. Any possible solution we want to investigate, we want to adhere to our commitments, and these commitments have been highlighted many times in the past, and they are the following: to provide support for local network operators. This is our big priority. To be neutral and transparent as well, and of course, to comply with the right policies. So let's see what we do already for these matters. We have a due diligence procedure. According to this due diligence procedure, every time we have a request, we evaluate this request, we ensure its validity. What we do, for example, we check the authority of the person that submits this request and the authority of the people that sign contracts and agreements. We check the registration documents from national authorities of the legal entities that are involved in the request, and possibly we also check the identification of the individuals involved. According to our current procedures, if there are doubts about a request, then we perform extra checks, stricter checks. For example, we don't just check the authority of the person, but we also check the validity of the document that shows the authority of the person. So if a request comes from an area in distress, we are applying the stricter checks according to our current procedure. A very valid follow-up question from that is, okay, what are these areas in distress? To evaluate whether a country is in an area, there is an area in distress in a country, we don't want to be based on our common sense or on the experience of our staff. We'd rather want to be based on third-party independent resources. And we have found a couple of them that are helpful already. I can show you already a couple of them that we have identified. This is from the Dutch authorities. Of course, it talks about travel advice, but it shows an indication of whether an area is safe to travel to, for example, and that gives an indication on whether there is a distress in this area. In fact, this map gives details, it says why there is an issue in this area. This is another map that is useful, is again for travel advice from a commercial company, and it shows areas where there are issues, security issues, for example. Finally, we found this list of countries that is more closely to what we're looking for, like conflict-affected countries from the World Bank. Unfortunately, this list is not updated as frequently as we would like to. For example, it has been only recently included Ukraine, although the war started months ago. And we're open actually for your recommendations. If you can find other sources that can help us with this evaluation, we're open for your recommendations. So this is what we do now. Here are now some possible extra measures we could apply. And these measures are recommendations that we have identified in comments of people, in opinions of people expressed, and we have investigated already. The one option is the extra disclaimer option, and I'll explain what's that. In general, as a legal principle, legal transactions that occur under threat or deception can be nullified later by court of law. Now, applying this principle in our situation, if there is a request that looks good on paper and is compliant with policies and everything looks fine, we can accept it with an extra disclaimer. If later any of the documents that support the request is nullified by court, then the update will be reverted. And this disclaimer will follow the resources if they're further transferred to another party. So this receiving party every time will be informed of this disclaimer and will have to accept the consequences and the risk of this of future nullification. Now, this is an option that is legally sound and can be implemented now. It's something that we can already do. A second option we heard from people is to freeze all updates, which means that any update requests that come from areas in distress will be rejected. Indeed, if we apply this rule, there won't be any illegitimate updates. In fact, even legitimate updates won't be made, will be blocked. We wonder whether this will have an impact in the accuracy of the registry, because transfers may happen anyway, but they won't be registered. Our biggest concern right now is our exposure to liability. Because if a request comes, it looks legally on paper fine. It complies to RIPE policies, and we reject it, we violate the RIPE policies, and we might be exposed to liability. So if the community wants this solution, we would like some strong mandate on the matter, and our preference is with a policy, because this way we have a very strong mandate. A third option that we've heard was the freeze button. A resource holder can choose to request for a freeze to the resources, for a freeze registration information for a specific period, 6 months, for example. And this indeed provides like a sense of security to the resource holders that may see a threat coming. We believe that this solution also has some side effects. It's vulnerable to abuse. It can be misused or abused by malicious parties. It does have some administrative challenges, like, okay, who will be the one that is authorized to push the button? This can be solved. I'm not saying that this is like a huge burden, but it's a challenge nevertheless. And of course, if companies get merged or liquidated and some updates come from this merger or acquisition or liquidation, the freeze button will not prevail. The registration will be updated accordingly. Apart from that, if we implement this solution, we wonder again if this will have an impact on the accuracy of the registry, because the transfer that takes place within the time of the freezing button period, if a transfer happens during this time and is not registered, we will have an issue with the accuracy of the registry. And again, we will have some liability, exposure to liability, in case, let's say, a resource holder, an authorized representative of a resource holder, requests to use this solution, and a week later, the representation changes, and there is a new authorized representative of this resource holder, and says, no, I want to do the transfer. So in this case, if we deny again a legally sound request that complies with the policy, because the previous representative pushed the button, then we might again be open to exposed to liability. So yes, we would prefer, again, a RAD policy to support this decision. A fourth option we've heard, and we wanted to explore as well, is the review of this request by local governments. So during the time of a conflict, a local government will verify the requests. Indeed, this can help minimizing the risk of a legitimate transfer. It will undermine the self-governance model. The request will not evaluated anymore based on policy criteria, but it will be evaluated based on political criteria. It opens the door for further involvement of governments that want more and more control over the internet operations. And it may have, again, an impact on the accuracy of the registry. The government may deny, the transfer will happen anyway, it will just won't be registered. And again, if a legally sound and policy compliant transfer gets blocked because of a government, we are exposed to liability. So therefore, we would like, if the community wants this requirement to be part of the evaluation of a transfer, to be in the policy. So yes, before I go there, these are like the four options that we heard and we investigated. We are open to other options, and we're open to hear from you how else you think we can solve this problem. This is the moment to get input from everyone. But before I open the floor for that, I would like to say a final word just to clarify certain aspects regarding registration documents from areas under dispute. Now, areas under dispute are areas claimed by multiple states or areas self-proclaimed as independent states. This is different from areas in distress. An area in dispute may as well be area in distress, but it's not the same. And it doesn't have to be. Now, the question we hear is what kind of national papers do you accept in this case from this from legal entities in these areas? Like, which country should issue this national authority papers? So this is something that we have investigated back in 2014. We have found a solution, we have presented on it, and we have documented this solution in our due diligence document, which you can see on your right hand on this slide. It is here, areas under dispute. This is the section, and here are the two specific provisions. So if a signing party is located in an area claimed by 2 or more states, then we accept proof of establishment issued by whichever authority the signing party chooses. And if a legal person is located in an area that is self-proclaimed as independent state, then we can accept proof of establishment issued by the relevant authorities, accompanied with further documentation. And I would like to highlight the reason why we took this decision back then. And it's here in the same document, if I may zoom in, because this solution adhered to our commitments, as I mentioned in the beginning. Our commitment to facilitate the provision of services to network operators, our commitment to be neutral, and our commitment to comply with right policies for an accurate registry. And now I can, after I close this parenthesis, we can start this discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tina. Before we go to the microphones, I'm going to take the questions from Meet Echo first, because they have waited since, I think Atina's covered the questions in there, but I'm just going to go to them because they waited the longest.
Yeah, excellent, thank you. So from Georgi Habrak from the Ministry of Justice of Ukraine. which again I think is the point you just made, but we're going to clarify and be fair. Hello everyone, thank you for your presentation. I was also highly interested in the question from Mr. Ondrej Plenipenko. May you kindly mention why you provide IP addresses to Russian proxies on the occupied territories? Does it correspond with the due diligence proceeding and the neutral position? If yes, why?
Yeah, so indeed, this is part of what I said before, like our commitment to support the local network operators there. And if they are located in an area under dispute, this is how we deal with it. I also want to mention that if an entity is in the sanctioned list, we follow our sanction compliance process.
Okay, and there's more, but do you want to?
Well, take the second one because I think it was related to the first one.
Okay, yeah. So from Ondrej Plenipenko, again, the Ministry of Justice of Ukraine. In part of protection of customers in distressed areas, for Ukraine, potential solutions may be that RIPE freezes all requests under red flags, re-registration from Ukrainian to Russian. In current situation, 100% of such re-registrations are illegal. Prompt addressing of this issue may be cooperating with Ukraine's government structures, which currently do their best to protect Ukraine businesses, telecom and IT. I mean, we've kind of got a couple of these, is that, and I'm not sure that Meet Echo is the right way of communicating this. So is there, I mean, would you prefer them if they emailed you, or what are we, what are we kind of doing there?
So I think for this, I know there's a few statements in there. So if you read the statements, I suggest the engage the Tina offline is probably the best way to do that, but or the mailing list, because we have a mailing list. But in order of fairness, I suggest Brian reads them and then we go to the microphones until you get to if there's any questions afterwards. But the pure statements, we just read them out.
Yeah, I think the rest of them are statements. So you want me to?
Yeah, just read them out and then we can close it off on them.
So from the same gentleman, for Ukraine, we consider you do not need to wait for court decisions if you are able to avoid any potential breach by RIPE by way of cooperating consulting with the Ukraine authorities first. Actually, there is I'm going to read the statements, and there is a question there which we can get to afterwards.
Okay, we'll hold the question and
yeah, but there's a couple of statements. Sorry, I just.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, sorry. We haven't worked together for very long. Sorry. From Alexander Fedorenko, I think of his own. Yes, from himself. Any transfer that takes place with a resident of Ukraine must be stopped, especially if it happens to a company that is not in the legal field of Ukraine. Such transfers may be at gunpoint, and you will not be able to verify the validity of such transactions. The way out here is to either ban or do it through the state regulator. Igor Tarasenko, I represent scientific industrial firm Volts from Ukraine, registry ID UA LDC. I support decision to temporarily freeze any IP addresses transferring procedures from Ukraine until RIPE NCC prepare new rules that can meet the current situation in Ukraine. I'm going to say it is fundamentally the same point from Alex Barashev from Freenet Ltd. And they are the statements, I think, yes. So they're all the statements, so yeah.
So then I'm going to do in my own interest, I'm going to do the shortest microphone queue first, just to keep myself slightly sane.
Thanks. Farzan Abaidi speaking. So I just wanted to comment on the suggestion that the community has made for the local government to review the request, and I got to point out that sometimes the local government is the actual aggressor, and the entity that does these things. So I think it's a really bad idea. And the other thing that I don't know if this is helpful or it's kind of like it does not fit your framework, but when we talk about people in distress, are we talking about only like in conflict and war, like nationally, or why are we only thinking about countries? There could be like a group of vulnerable people located in peaceful countries that don't have access to rule of law, or the rule of law is weak, but there's not like a certain conflict, or they simply don't have, or they're in very beautiful democratic countries, but they don't have that access to court. So if we can like think about it with that aspect, if it fits your framework, then that would be good.
Thank you.
I'm going to do this microphone first, just.
Filip, be fair to take one from the delegate. All right, you say that. Okay, good. Dmitro Kochmanyuk, I'm from Ukraine and also represent, I guess, my LAR Ukrainian domain registry. I looked at these 4 points. I guess we can slice this, sandwich in 10 more ways, and we can spend another year debating the perfect procedure. I'm personally in favor of the freeze until the freeze button resolved, or any other non-policy method. I did speak to one of the address policy co-chairs, and their own response was that it doesn't fit strictly into address policy group, because allowing disallow transfer per se doesn't change the policy. It's not, what you do, it's how you do it. And I do agree with that statement. So it looks like it's a bit of the legal back and forth, let's save the RIPE NCC from liability at all costs. Frankly, I can't imagine what kind of damage NCC can suffer. Russian entities suing NCC till it's bankrupt for not allowing transfer. And I have one more comment. This thing about areas in dispute. So basically, it's like you say the Donetsk, People's Republic, so-called, has authority over area, they say, and Russia has authority over the same territory, they say, and Ukraine thinks it's within their sovereign borders. So RIPE is happily going to take documents from either of these three authorities, and to me, this is just wrong, because basically, this definition of area in the dispute is so vague that you can start, transferring LARs from Netherlands, saying that, just like there was recent referendum in Netherlands to accept the Russia into the extension of the Kingdom of Netherlands, which I think is not such a bad idea. How far can we go on this area under dispute? Should we just avoid any country check? And I can use any country's documents to claim jurisdiction. To claim that my company is registered in certain jurisdiction. That doesn't sound right to me. Sorry, but that's just, again, putting the proverbial head into the proverbial sand and trying to reduce the liability. So I don't think this is going to fly in the current situation now, and in other countries which had active wars and would maybe have active wars in the future. I think we need some other way to solve that. Thank you.
So, Tobias Civic, speaking for myself, I think there are two major issues. The first one is working with definitions, because when I think of the Ukrainians I know, most of them don't claim that there was a war started on the 24th of February, but simply a continuation of a war started in 2014. So even the definition we worked with here is already, well, not reflected to what happened on the ground. And the other thing is, we're talking about things happening within a legal framework, but we're not, well, it was brought up in parts, like gun to a head, but the RIPE NCC might very well think about the situation. What should one of the ticket handlers do if they receive a transfer request attached with a photo, which says like, hey, dear RIPE NCC member, click the OK button, or, well, we kill people. Please do not follow the procedure of involving like whatever of the 4 slices we pick. If you do that, if you follow your policy, we kill people. Just click the OK button. So I think that should actually be part of the threat model we're working with, because the current suggestions all work under some form of assumption that all parties are trying to act within a legal framework, which I think will not be the case in a place of war.
Thank you.
Erik Baars, ATB Internet, and I'm also going to make some comments here as co-chair for address policy. Athena, thank you for the very detailed explanation here. I would like to go back to the first slide for the first option. Yes. That one. This is for us not doing anything already an option. I think, however, that we as a community need to be more clear that this is an option, and we may need to address the appeal process. One of the things that I'm missing here in this solution is that we need to appoint a court in, and to my perspective, I would prefer the Amsterdam court because the NCC is in the Netherlands, in Amsterdam, as an impartial party that actually reviews this. Because if we're going to do this and accept court papers from disputed areas, this has absolutely no value. So that is something that I would stress to add that to this process. Then point 3, please. The freeze button. As we have the option here, this, to my knowledge, should be open to any LAR. If we're going to do this, people can actually lock themselves out for transfers. Yes, there are going to be limitations, as you stated, by merger, acquisition, stuff like that, a director changing his mind, whatever. That has a whole new can of worms that we can push ourselves into. It needs to be publicly published in the database so that with the allocations or assignments or even the legacy space that might be there, that this is not for transfer for a certain amount of time. There is a question from you there that says we need some policy adjustments. My question is, what are you looking for? And this is with my address policy hat on.
An exception, I suppose, to the transfer policy that explains under what condition a person can lock a transfer request for their resources, and we can work together on the wording of that.
As those kind of services are basically under the service agreement, from how I see it, from the NCC to the members and the end users. Why not do this in the SSA, for instance, or in or an amendment there?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, certainly there are aspects, not all aspects are covered in the right policies. Mm-hmm. We have our agreements, we have our procedures, we have a whole legal framework. However, every aspect of these agreements and every aspect of our procedures are not in violation of the policies, are there to complement the policies, to facilitate the policies, to give details, but never to violate the policies. We believe that a button stopping and rejecting an absolutely compliant transfer request is a violation of a policy.
So if somebody shoots himself in the foot and saying, I do not want to transfer, and basically transfers for my LAR is not, I'm not going to use this part of the LAR portal, because you need to go through the process on the LAR portal. You need to upload the documents yourself as the administrative contact for that LAR. You need to sign the documents yourself, and then basically you can, do the whole process. You know how this works. That's a wet form. That's not a policy.
It is.
We can do this in a week. The process for a policy,
yeah,
especially documenting how this and when this and do that.
Yeah.
And in a community discussion here, I know we've done quick policies. Mm-hmm. This will take weeks and weeks and weeks. And we're having people here in the room that are asking, can we do this next week, today, tomorrow? Mm-hmm. So from a point of view where I think, yes, this might be an option for people that select to do this themselves. This might be a better option to say, tick a box, you agree, blah, blah, blah. A simple term of service that you do not want to use this service for the next 6 months. Be done with it. Be practical here.
Right. thank you for your input. We can come back to that.
Hi, Son and Stefan. Part of what I wanted to say was exactly this. Please do not put this into a RIPE policy, because this has nothing to do with policy. If one of your members voluntarily says, for my own safety, I don't want to use this feature you're offering me, or this whatever, please respect that member. This is something between the RIPE NCC and the member, where the member voluntarily decides not to use a certain feature to protect their own safety. Why would you refuse them? So, I mean, I'm intentionally formulating it a bit harsher, but you get what I mean. So I really think this is not a policy thing. This has nothing to do with policy. This is a legal thing. This is an implementation issue. So please don't push this to the RIPE community. Like, as a member of the RIPE community, I'd happily give you the mandate to implement protection features for your own membership. The other one that worries me a bit about point 3. So you say, oh, it's vulnerable to abuse. Who can push the button? And then you go on. If company merge, if there's an M&A, then this. If you can do an M&A, you can do the other things. Put them at the same level. If you can accept paperwork that is strong enough to execute an M&A for a member, you can do the same paperwork to implement the button. You know, if you have the legal framework to do an M&A, just require that these administrative changes, this button, whatever, follows the exact same rules. Because if you say we can do this, but we can't do that, and they are at the same level, then something doesn't make sense.
I understand the confusion, Sandra. I do.
No, I'm not confused. I'm pretty sure that if you can approve M&As, you can approve the use of a change in the services contract to let somebody voluntarily not use some services.
Right. These are complex legal matters, and I can help, like everyone, understand the difference between an M&A and a transfer request, or a statement by someone to, I don't know, to freeze or not use the services and so on. RIPE NCC does not approve M&As. What we do is we get the documents that prove a merger or acquisition, and based on those documents, we update the registry. Yeah. So if we have an outside event that is so important, that has been registered with the authorities, we have no option but to update the registry, because we must have an accurate registry. This is our mandate. Now, having a member, a resource holder, representative saying, I'm not going to use your services for the next year, fine, this is fine by us. And yes, sure, push your button if you want an extra verification of that, no problem. If the representation changes and the next authorized representative says, no, I want you to do that, no matter what, and we say, no, we can't because your previous representative said no, this person will say, wait a minute, I'm coming here with a request that is compliant with your policies, and you refuse to follow your policies because the previous representative signed a document. Again, I understand, yes, we do have a legal framework that goes further than the policies. It's never in violation of the policies. We do have tools to upload your request. These are tools that help the implementation of the policies. We don't feel we have the mandate to go against the RIPE policies.
You're not going against the policy, in my view, but okay.
Sandra, is this another question, or are you going to say the same thing again?
So, no,
we have quite a few questions left, so.
Yeah, no, so, sorry, so yeah, but I just want to say, if you are worried about who can push the button, make it something that has to be notarized or something. You know that.
But notarized by whom? I think we're back to the same question that Tina just said.
No, but it upsets me. This is an important matter, and this has been raised in Berlin, and we're now half a year later. So I am upset about this. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandra.
Hi, everybody. My name is Olena Kushnir. I am from Ukraine. I am the director and co-owner of telecommunication company, telecommunication operator of business and critical infrastructure from Ukraine, the member of Internet Association of Ukraine, and the member of Ukrainian LIR community. And first of all, I want to thank for the opportunity to stay here with the RIPE and CC family. I sincerely thank RIPE and CC for bringing me here in the fellowship program. From the telecommunication community of Ukraine, I bow low to everybody who donate to the Keep Ukrainian Connection program. Thank you very much. You have no idea how important this support is for us. You inspire us, you give us energy, you must know it. I thank RIPE and CC for bringing open to dialogue on problematic topic. Thank you very much. This is amazing for me staying here at the first time. And now for the problematic questions. Anyone knows that today the Ukrainian LIR community does not think about money, about the future. They think only about how to survive in these extremely difficult conditions, when 40% of the energy infrastructure has been destroyed. And now we need a lot of generations. We continue to work. We do not transfer business abroad. We fight every day for the possibility of existence. We know about forced IP transfers of Ukrainian LIRs to another jurisdictions. And we understand that when someone stands with a gun at your head and forces you to IP transfer, it is natural then the person will think, first of all, about his family, the life of children. It's normally. The Ukrainian LIR community is a part of the big RIPE and CC family. And now we are asking you to protect us. IP resources are critically important for the point of the view of cybersecurity as a financial resource. It is a component of the critical infrastructure of the country. Already today, just now, we do not have enough IP addresses, not for reselling, no, only for providing services. I must thank you very much for Athena for your article, for a hill of work which you did to analyze, to look for a good way for Ukraine. Thank you very much. And we are willing to work with the RIPE community and RIPE and CC to find a proper solution in the spirit of the RIPE transfer policies and the community values. In the meantime, we ask you to temporarily freeze IP transfers from the territory of Ukraine. We are sure that this will make IP resources of your holders not attractive for theft and transfer, and therefore will protect its holders. And today, more than 100 LIRs are registered online. And now they are present and listening, cheering for us. Of course, if they have electricity and the internet. I just received the official position of Internet Association of Ukraine. the largest community that has been protecting the interest of ISP providers, the LIR community for more than 20 years. The official letter has been sent to you, but I want to announce the main message. Internet Association of Ukraine requests to temporarily freeze IP transfers outside of Ukraine. In any case, the temporary ban of transfers should be lifted after the end of martial law in Ukraine. One more, thank you very much for supporting Ukraine, and of course we invite you, everybody, to visit Ukraine after our win. Welcome to Ukraine. Thank you very much.
Hi for all. My name is Victoria Panasyuk. I'm also from Ukraine. I represent a Ukrainian ISP provider. At this meeting, I also represent the Association of Right Owners and Content Providers, whose members are content and ISP providers. Also, I represent a huge informal community of Ukraine. It is Telecom Ukraine, which consists of more than 1,200 members. Firstly, very thanks, dear Asina, for such clearly professional analysis, legal analysis for the situation and ways which can respond and can be resolved for our problems. Thanks a lot, all members of the working group who devote so many time for considering a best solution for our problems and for resolving the problem issues of Ukraine. As my colleague said, we are the part of the RIPE community. We are a part of your family. We want to stay with you, and now we need your help and protection. It is very important and very valuable for us. Firstly, I am an internet provider in Ukraine. The part of network of our network is located on the distressed territory just now in the Kherson region. I know how occupiers stole equipment. I know under what pressure the traffic routing is switched. And the same way, any documents may be signed for the IP transferring, for the IP addresses transferring. And that's why we need your protect for illegal IP transferings from Ukraine, and the protect for our managers, because we stay in Ukraine, we still work in Ukraine. Every day we have a fight on the telecom front. We rebuild, we restore our networks to keep people connected. It is very important for every Ukrainian today. And staying here, representing the Association of Owners and Content Providers in this conference, I have a strong position of these associations. Firstly, we respect all RIPE NCC service policies. We want to stay and work according to this policy. And now, while we are looking for the best way for the solution for protecting IP addresses, Ukrainian IP resources, maybe, we see that, we understand that it is can take some time. And we have no this time, because the war is going right now, because the threats exist every day. That's why our association also support the consideration to freeze IP address transferring for the time while the best solution will be founded and implemented. And also, as Elena said, thanks for all of you, for RIPE-NCC, for working groups, Asina, for you, for hard work you do for Ukraine. Thanks a lot for every people who support us in your heart. It is very important for us. And if and when we will win, we will be very happy to see all of you in Ukraine and open Ukraine for all of you. Thank you very much.
Jan George, speaking for myself. Well, there seems to be a consensus that we need to freeze the transfers from Ukraine until we find a better solution. However, I would like to emphasize what Dmitry said the last. I hope there will be not other wars in our region, but we need to find a solution that would be applicable also to other similar cases, if hopefully not, they happen. Thank you.
And I'm going to hold you there, Sander, because you've been to the microphone already, and we have a number of questions on Meet Echo, so I'm going to go through those people first. Sorry. And we have an exec board chair standing. Do you want to say something in between? Or? Okay, all right, okay. Sure.
Okay.
Meet Echo questions first. And I'm going to cut the microphone lines after where we are now, because otherwise we won't have a GM. Okay.
Apparently people might get annoyed at us if we do that. Okay, so from Kurt Kaiser, are number of resources now bound to areas, brackets under dispute / distress? That's the question, because this sounds new to me, that one wants to align geolocation to number of resources and drive this from policies. So I think that the core question is, are number of resources now bound to areas is the core question that's being asked there.
Yeah, no, that's good to clarify. We're talking about the location where the resource holders are located.
Nope, that's not the thing I want to open. There we go. And the other, so from Brian's story, again, personal opinion, a lot is said about the hierarchical structure of allocations and assignments. It implies an authoritative structure should a lower level, sorry, implies in the chart of the structure, should a lower level not be acting appropriately. This should apply to gainers as much as losers in the discussion we're having. There is also a digital principles consideration here, in particular regarding secure and trusted online environments.
Is that a question?
I mean, I can, well, I'll tell you what, I'll come over here and I'll just show you this. This is sometimes easier. So it's the one that's on the screen there.
I'm going to read what I'm going to say what I'm reading. Okay, a lot is said about the hierarchical structure of allocations and assignments. It implies an authoritative structure should a lower level not be acting properly. This should apply to gainers as much as loser in the discussion we're having. I'm not sure I understand what gainers and losers. There is also this a digital principles consideration here, in particular regarding secure and trust online environments. I'm afraid I don't understand. I have many unknown words. I don't understand what you're saying. But if you can clarify, I'm happy to
or send to the mailing list. Was that the last one?
I think it might be one more. Let me just, which I probably should have just stayed over there. There's another, there's just a couple of statements. There is one more question, yes, which we can. So for disputed areas, especially war zones and or regions claimed by 2 countries, your suggestion review request by local government bears for me, sorry, this is, apologies, this is from Robert Scheck from ETES, bears for me the risk that government A successfully verifies the request while government B does not. Doesn't this introduce legal risks and or liabilities for the RIPE-NCC?
Yes, indeed, it may. That's why we believe if the community wants us to include such a review by the governments, we would like to have this as a requirement in the policy.
Okay.
Okay. To the last four, and please be brief because we do not have much time. We actually have more agenda items after this, so please do be brief.
So first want to apologize for losing my composure just now. It got a bit emotional. Actually, I had to think back about a time I was talking to Randy Bush. For those who know Randy Bush, he's usually not very fond of lawyers, and he was very complimentary of you because he said Athena is somebody who looks for solutions, not problems. So please continue in that spirit. And the reason I wanted to join the queue is I was actually talking to some people in Ukraine. And apparently, according to Ukrainian law, it's completely illegal to do any transaction with any Russian entity at the moment. So maybe the fact that this is illegal in Ukraine can help you in limiting some bad transfers.
Thank you, Sandra, for your nice words.
So Tobias again, personal opinion, and I would like to reiterate the point of drastic measures. We are still in a situation where we spend energy discussing a framework which works when all parties play by the rules. But we're talking about a situation where people are getting shot for washing machines. So washing machine versus /16, those are totally different layers. And at that moment, we should all recall the purpose of triage for doctors. The purpose of triage is not to make the most right and most useful decision. It is mostly to make sure that the doctors can still sleep at night after they had to make a decision because they followed the process and didn't make a decision. And when we make a decision of what to do now, we have to keep that in mind. We have to find a process which we can follow even in the most adversarial circumstances, and which allows us to go to an outcome which is still okay, which I would claim is a situation where RIPE NCC just approves transfers following current policy, but makes a very clear, understandable, attainable process for, I forgot the word, competing, challenging transfers made. Thank you.
Thank you.
Maxim Tuliev represents some Ukrainian LR. I would like to say that it's not good idea try to save us until we ask. So I would like to stress there is no consensus in Ukrainian society and Ukrainian leaders that all transfers should be banned. So if some people want to ban, some people don't want to ban. So for me, it's a good idea to ban only transfers from these LRs who want it, but not total. So the main idea is just understand that there is no consensus about total ban now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Artem and I present myself. I have a question about who and how will decide which object is Ukraine and which is not, because I'm like from territory from Crimea. So some parties say that they're Ukraine, like in RIPE interface. Some parties say that they are Russia, for example, and someone say that like third country. So if RIPE decide like to ban all transfers, ban will it like be only for company who stays like Ukraine and Crimea in RIPE interface, and all other company will like benefit because they will be like free to go, free to transfer, to sell, to buy. That's the question. Who and how will decide what is Ukraine and what is not? Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's actually a very good point, and we would like to consider it when we are looking to a solution. This is something that indeed we'll have to clarify then. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, with that, we only have the RIPE NCC chair left, and then I'm going to try and summarize this.
Yeah, just let me comment the situation from the point of view of the board. You know, we had a lot of interesting talks. We understand that there is a huge part, at least, of Ukraine community that believes that this situation is very urgent and calls us for some immediate reaction, which is definitely not something that this working group can do, because, you know, making a policy takes some time and has to be very well thought through. So my suggestion is that I would bring it to the board as soon as possible, and I will ask the board to, and of course with cooperation of NCC staff, to make some kind of temporary fix to the situation, that will kind of make a relief for us, to all of us, to find some proper solution how to handle this situation that we all believe that will not happen, but life is always more colored than we think. So that is my proposal. I also, of course, took into account the last comment from Max Tuliev. I understand that 100% of community can never agree about anything, even in this room. So we also need to take into account opposing voices, but we will explore the situation, consider what is the majority voice, and try some solution which will not be ideal, because if you do something quickly, you cannot do it well. And we will wait for this working group to find some proper solution how to handle this situation. So if you agree, please let me know.
Okay, thank you. Now, no, Eric, I said no, and I'm really out of time. You get 30 seconds, and it's not a statement.
Erik Buijs, standing here as myself, but also as co-chair. Ondrej, thanks for your thoughts. We do have about 3 months. If we need to talk about policy, we're talking about 3-month periods. If you can bring that to the board and come up with a temporary solution, we have a GM afterwards. If there needs to be a vote, let's do it there.
Quick for that, but I think the board has the authority to make some decision and
yes, is
liable for it. But making solution in minutes, I think that needs a little bit more time. And Athena spent a lot of time on it, so she is aware how complicated this decision is.
I'm afraid even if we were having an agreement right now, we wouldn't be able to bring it to the GM for a resolution, because the agenda with the resolution must be communicated to the whole membership 4 weeks before the GM. So
I've seen additional board meetings after GM.
I am gonna, before we start discussing GM resolutions and how they are drafted, I am going to draw an end of this. Thank you very much, Athena. And I should probably hello. So we have 3 more agenda items that I'm going to have to do very, very quickly go through. And when I'm done with this, you're going to be even quicker leaving for the GM, I believe, because I think the GM is in here. But before that, we have, I'm going to summarize this previous discussion. So as the working group chair, I think this proposal from Ondrej that this goes to the RIPE NCC board for immediate action is probably the best one, and we will deal with this. There is nothing for the NCC Services Working Group to do until we hear from that, or until someone brings this back here for the time being. The next point on the agenda is the selection of a working group co-chair. So Rob Evans' term was up, and he was the only volunteer to continue, and this has been supported on the mailing list. So this is to confirm, unless someone has major objections to Rob continuing, then we'll welcome Rob for another period as working group chair. However, on that note, I am up next in 12 months' time, and in the last 3 times we elected a working group chair, there has been no other candidates except the incumbents. Now, you remember that red line that Fergal had on his slide about people who knew before and after. So I can tell you, if you do that graph from when I became working group chair, there will be no one on the left-hand side, because I was the first and so far only working group chair that's been through the entire existence of this working group. And I don't intend to be a working group chair after the next 12 months. So we do encourage you to think about standing for working the NCC Services Working Group chair. You get to replace me. I mean, that alone should be quite good. So please think about that, and please, you got 12 months to ask us if you want to know more about this. With that, we have an open microphone session, and I really honestly hope that no one comes to the microphone in the best, I mean that with the best intention. None. Okay. With that, we are done. Thank you all for coming, and please leave as quick as you can so you can get ready for the GM. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon,